What do you guys think? Time to get started? Time to start revealing some things? Gonna open this stream a bit different. I actually recorded some things already. I think our best bet is to start with those. Shall we hence? And just a reminder, it is my birthday, which means you can't be mean to me. Let's do it. I miss the old colors. I want the option to pick between them. The colors need to offer a bit more contrast on dark mode. Personally, not a fan of this color. Theo, I'm begging you to change. Please, my eyes, my fucking god, get rid of it. I hate the color. It looks so unprofessional. Okay, we hear you guys. I know a lot of y'all miss the way things were before they were so bright and colorful. And I could spend a lot of time trying to justify it, but honestly, I'd rather just give you the option that you're looking for. So, let's go back to how things were, shall we? There we are. So what do we think? You weren't talking about my hair? I did this for nothing? You were talking about the pink in T3 chat. Well, I guess we can fix that too. Now introducing boring mode. Yes, finally, you can have a boring mode in T3 chat for those who don't like all the bright colors everywhere. Just go to settings and customization, and there's this new switch to turn the boring theme on and off. It's that simple. Previously, it looked like this. Beautiful, stunning, I love it. But not everybody loves the color, we get it. So now you can go turn it off and get a still best-in-class, beautiful UI. We're not fully hiding the pink. You can still see it in a couple important places, but both the light mode and the dark mode are a lot more boring. And honestly, they're beautiful too. I have been surprised at how much I've been liking these themes since we introduced them, so thank you for bullying me into it, I guess. T3 chat is still free to use, but if you want to upgrade to the paid subscription, we'll do a quick discount code for anyone who has never subbed before. You can use this code, boring mode, for 50% off for your first month. It's only $4. This is $8 a month. It's a really good deal, but yeah, do your thing. Have fun, Twitter. God, I can't believe I colored my hair for this. What the hell am I doing? Okay, that was the first part, but I want to go a bit further with it. As you guys know, it is my birthday, and decided to change things up a bit. I filmed a video that's within the most honest, I think, I've ever done. And I'm going to go put it live on the channel now, but I wanted to show you guys first. So, yeah. It's been a wild few years, guys. I had no idea any of this would happen when I first started the channel. I originally only started it because I wanted to vent about tech stuff and better understand what creators needed when I was working on my creator business, Ping. Since then, it's been wild. I never would have guessed we would have hit 100,000 subs in our first year, that my first handful of videos would blow up the way they did, and years later, I'd have a whole team helping me run this channel. It's been a wild ride, and it made my 20s something truly magical. But at the same time, my 20s are now over. I just turned 30, and it's a big change for me that's making me reflect on a lot. What am I doing? How did we get here? And what's next? In many ways, I want to just keep progressing, turn things up, make better videos for more people, more of the time. But otherwise, I'm just looking at the calendar and questioning what the hell I'm doing. This is a magical experience, getting to share things I love with millions of people. But at the same time, it's not what I was put here to do. I want to build. I love building. That's always been who I am. And if you've seen how much happier I've been lately, that's because I've been building more. T3 chat has been an incredible outlet for this urge to just ship. And that's why I kind of want to go back to the way things were. This is a hard decision to make. It really is. I'll be back in just a second. Sup, nerds? Been a bit. God, I'm still getting used to seeing myself in the reflection like this again. It's been a while. It's been almost like what, 5 or 6 years since my hair was its natural color, and over 3 years since the stash. I'll adjust. You haven't been around enough time to know the history. The stash was only grown originally because I was doing a video responding to a Primogen thing, and I thought it would be funny to have a mustache, and I couldn't find my pack of fake mustaches. But then my viewership went up, like legitimately. So I kind of felt like I had to do it. It was fun, but I was kind of playing a character. And slowly over time, I had to lean more into it as the content got more and more popular. And that wasn't great. I handled it well overall, and it wasn't like I was pressured by people into doing it. It was just the obvious thing to do. You lean into what's working. But at its core, what worked on this channel was never that I was playing into the current fad. It was always that I talked about and did the things I cared about. I made the channel because I missed my lunch and dinner conversations at Twitch and the deep nerd out sessions I would do with other engineers who cared. COVID hit, and that kind of disappeared for me. And this channel came out of the ashes, plus my need to better understand what creators wanted when I was building Ping. And now it's my life. Now there are 4 people who basically full time work on this channel with me, another 3 working on my business over at Ping. It's unbelievable to think this has gone to a point where I can do that, and where my desire to just share things I'm excited about is now employing many people and bringing business success to my other side as well. It's so genuinely cool. But I didn't like the parts that felt fake. And it took a while to accept, but the blonde-haired mustache kid isn't me. At my heart, I'm a skate rat that learned to code because he broke his arm and couldn't skateboard for a summer. And I miss that part of me. On one hand, that means I need to skateboard more, but on the other, it means I need to be honest about who I am, how I present myself, and what I do going forward. I haven't had a real vacation in over 5 years, and I haven't taken more than a day off since I went through Y Combinator back in like January to March of 2022. If I'm fully honest, it's been great for me. I like being like this, working on things that are exciting to me constantly and getting to rant about new stuff right when it comes out, and also go code and build all the stuff that we're shipping. It's been awesome. But I'm scared I'm going to burn out again. I already went through this in 2023. I'm trying my hardest to be careful. Part of that is why I've staffed up on both sides. It's why I have Julius and Mark carrying everything with Upload Thing and T3 Chat right now. And it's also why I have my channel being run by such incredible people. I miss video editing dearly, but FaZe has become a better editor than me. This is one of the 2 videos I edited myself this year. And as much as I love it, and believe me, I really do, I genuinely miss editing. It's so fun. It's not the right thing for me to be spending my time on. I felt similarly about thumbnails, but I've brought on Ben Davis, who you might know from the Svelte and Go side, who's been very quickly becoming the manager of this channel. And now most of the thumbnails you see aren't from me, they're from him. I'll tidy them up here and there and throw together my own every once in a while. I help with concepts a lot. But what you guys are seeing isn't my videos anymore. It's ours. It's a team of people making this all happen. And I do have to perform for them. I do need to make sure we're doing everything right. And that's part of what made the appearance change scary. This is going to hurt my numbers. It's crazy to think, but my stats will be down as a result of going back to my natural hair and shaving my mustache. I know that because I watched them go up when I first grew them, and prime one as far as A/B testing, as crazy as that might sound. These are the things we have to optimize for as creators. We don't have to, but it helps a lot. I'm a bit tired of that though. I just want to talk about the stuff that's exciting to me. And I've been doing that more. And what's been unbelievable to me is that focus on what I'm actually excited about seems to be helping a lot. The channel's numbers are the best they've ever been. T3 Chat has been a huge gateway for me to genuinely get into AI stuff. I've been super excited with everything I've learned since, as well as incredibly frustrated with the state of the AI world and the AI bros who are influencing in it. It almost feels like the JavaScript community did on YouTube when I got started, where it was all beginners and grifters. And all of a sudden, there's this new pocket of experienced people who care and want to talk about the reality of how these things affect stuff. And I love that. That's what I'm here for. And now I get to do it in a whole new space. I'm seeing crazy growth. We're in an awesome spot. But I also need to take some time for myself. We've been on such an insane grind that I have videos recorded for the next 4 weeks. Some of these videos are from so long ago that I was still using Arc. Yeah, that browser I hate now. Obviously, all of these videos were recorded before I did this to my head. So you should expect to see a handful of videos coming out where my hair is still blonde and my mustache is still strong. And I hope that when you guys see those videos, the response isn't, wow, Theo's just reposting old content, because it's not me. It's us. It's my team. And filming the video live on stream is a very different thing from FaZe editing it, putting it together, taking feedback from the team, from Ben getting it on the channel, descriptions, titles, thumbnails, and everything set up and ready, pairing it with a sponsor, reaching out to the sponsor, managing all of that. The new sponsor change by itself almost 4x the amount of work it takes to run this channel. It's crazy how going from working with 5 brands to 50 makes things harder, but it's also why I've been able to justify bringing Ben to San Francisco to work with us full time. It's crazy to think that this channel has in-person employees making it happen now, but it has to. What we do here isn't possible otherwise. I'm not upset about that. I'm so genuinely excited about that. It's incredibly cool, and I'm beyond privileged and lucky, and so thankful for each and every one of you for helping make all of this happen. And I'm incredibly, incredibly thankful that we found a way to make this content that doesn't involve me charging each and every one of you a whole bunch of money in order to do it. We found a way to make a good balance between brands supporting us, you guys getting good content from us, and us making content that isn't biased, ideally, based on the brands that we work with. You're seeing me as I am, and that was always the goal. I wanted this channel to feel like a lunch or dinner conversation with other smart engineers who were excited about cool things. And I really hope that we achieved it. And I'm incredibly thankful for the people who have been helping run this channel with me now in order to make it all possible. I think I can finally take a bit of a break. Going on a trip with some friends the next few days, and I won't be around as much. Thanks to this content backlog, we'll be more than fine. There will still be videos every day, basically as far forward as I can imagine. Previously, when big news came out, I would kind of just drop everything to go film and get a video out. Probably not going to do that as much anymore. Last year, I did 15 conferences in order to meet as many of you guys as I could. I'm going to do less than 5 this year. I need to be realistic about what is working in my life and what I need to be working on with my life. And as much as I love doing all of this, I love building more. And the success of T3 Chat has been incredible. So you can reflect deeper on that excitement and energy that I'm feeling. Half the time I'm live, I just wish I was on my laptop writing code in a corner somewhere. Trying to find more ways to bridge the gap between these things, and also I can't spend all my time coding. There's a lot of other business stuff I have to do. I just don't like the path I'm on right now, where half my time is content, half of my time is business management. I want to find a way to sneak a lot more code in there, and in general, build as much as possible. My channel is best when I'm building a lot. That's clear from the videos at the start of this year. The more I build, the better my content becomes. And I think we're finding, finally, the right balance between all of this stuff. It means that things might shift around more and change. It means I'll be leaning more on my team on both sides to make all of this happen. But hopefully, in the end, what it means is more great videos for people like you and all of the others who support us making this content. I hope you guys know how much each and every one of you means to me, even the crappy commenters who get us boosted in the algorithm. You guys are especially helpful. But seriously, the support I've gotten, the kind words I've received from people I've looked up to for decades, and the reality of the life I live, it's not one I could have understood when I was 15. If you told a 15-year-old Theo about what I'm doing and where I am today, he would have laughed at you and said, sure. You never have imagined that a skate rat from a farm town would make it here. And I wanted to take some time to reflect on that and be a bit more honest with myself, and hopefully a bit more honest with y'all too. Sorry for a rambly non-tech video, but I want to talk about this stuff. I hope you guys understand. Thank you all again for the support. It means more than I can possibly put into words. Can't wait to see what 40 looks like. But until next time, peace nerds. Is it time? I think it might be time, guys. It's real. Hi. I forgot the earring in the video, but got it back. I think it was a good video. I wanted to do something honest and focused on where we're really at. It's also a good way to like force myself to reflect, you know? Thank you all for the kind words, by the way. It's pretty surreal to just make a change like this and have nothing but positivity with it. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for the support. The roundest era of my hair was a lot longer. Yeah, I hope you guys get used to it, and I hope you guys still watch the videos that I post with the old hair over the next month or two. And yeah, I know I like blend into my own backdrop now. It's a problem I'm gonna have to figure out in the near future. Oh god, what are you linking? Oh, yeah. Well, that one aged well. Oh, I just realized I'm gonna get the "Why is your hair in your eyes?" comments from all the foreign viewers again. Both your parents have the same birthday? That's weirder than me also having the same birthday. Yeah, my teeth look brighter because my hair is darker. I hate that that works that well, but yeah. I just saw the gifts. I need to go through and thank all the subs. I haven't had a chance yet because it's been chaos since I started. Let's go through and thank everyone quick. Thank you all again for the support, guys. It's absolutely unreal. I get to do this for a living. Ashy Boy Man throwing the 5-bomb before we even started. Huge. Ever here throwing the prime. Two Lays with the 5 months. Max with the tier 2. Always good to see you. Feel the proud. 9 months of it too. Ronan hitting 27 months. Jesus Christ. CJE throwing 5. Thank you so much for the support, man. You need to get that how to render a million of something like public. That was such a good talk. As long as you can boost the audio. Zooks, 3 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. Blue Guy here with the prime for over a year. CD Dev with the 5-bomb. Chaos Cat with the tier 1. Just Isabel for 17 months. Thank you so much for the support. Elanamio with the prime. Thank you for that. It's me, Ja. Thank you for the prime. Wadarunabi with the prime for almost 2 years now. Benji's with the prime. Femi with the prime. Space Ghost Kari gifting us 25 subs because I clearly I'm not turning 30, I'm turning 25. Professor Leo with the prime. And then NMG reminding me that I am indeed actually 30 with the 30 bomb. Thank you so much for the endless support. Really appreciate it, man. Archetype throwing the sub back in. Very excited for many more years of nerding out together, and also very excited for the chaotic work you're putting in right now to pay off. There's some fun stuff going on there. When am I going to start doing street interviews on TikTok? God damn it, Mark. I do love the Tears for Fears 80s look, I'm not going to lie. We got Beardy Marlin here with the prime. Thank you for that. Effect with the 100 bits, asking when the profile pick update is going to happen when I have a better picture to use. Poison Michael with the 3 months of support. Thank you for that. Jacob Gillespie, 31 months of tier 3. Fucking legend out here. 32, actually. God, that's insane. Prime sub here from K. I'm calling you Neat. Thank you for the call out for the highlight for my hair. We'll see what I can do. We got Abari with the 9 months. CD 10 with the 33 months. Lizzer here with the tier 1. Flamey with the prime. Looter with the prime. Uber CI with the 6 months actually of support. Addy throwing the 5-bomb. Thank you so much. And then Alejo coming back in strong with that 30-bomb. Thank you all for the support, guys. It's been absolutely nuts. Pineapple Gong throwing a 5-bomb as well. God damn, I haven't had this many sub points in ages. Funny, I had my like sunglasses that are I forgot the term for when they work inside and outside, and I was wearing them because I was outside. And when I came inside, I multiple people said I looked like Clark Kent, and I didn't see it until I looked in the mirror. It's like, okay, fine, maybe a little bit. It's really just the jaw. Like that does so much work, and now without the stash, it's like a nice reminder. I feel like the stash made my whole face softer in a way, which is not what it's supposed to do, but yeah, I'm happy. I was so hesitant when I went in the bathroom and took out the razor. I was just like, am I really going to do this? And it took like halfway through before I realized I did really want it, and I was much happier. So yeah, good to be young again. Yo, Rowan with the T3 Club joined. Thank you for the support there. Thank you everyone for coming through. Yeah. I'm aging backwards now for those curious. From a 30-year senior engineer to a junior fresh out of college. I'll take it. Everyone's asking about profile pictures. The plan is I'm going to keep the current one for a minute. Once people are used to the new look, I'll probably switch to a different face with the same background so that it doesn't screw with your mental like awareness of it. And then after, I'll switch it to whatever the natural background was for the picture. I have to Photoshop my way to the new profile picture, or it will legitimately hurt my like viewership and click through on things. It sucks that it's that real, but it absolutely is. Not seeing all the replies on Twitter, people saying mission accomplished. God damn it. Yeah, my profile picture on Twitch is like 8 years old. I'll swap Twitch first, probably. So I don't really care. Oh, thank you all for showing up. Really appreciate that. Yo, I missed a bunch more people subbing. Thank you all, guys. Diablo throwing a huge gift bomb there. 30 bomb. Everybody throwing the 30 for my birthday. You won't let me live down the fact that I'm 30 now. God damn it. Appreciate it a ton. As well as the 5 bomb from Pineapple here. HD negative with the 24 months, 2 years now. General Roney here with the Prime. All Clips with the Prime. Wall with the Prime. John with the Prime. Beck with the additional bomb. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate you all so much. CJE paying someone to fix the audio. I can just do it for you. It's not that hard. I can do that. Oh boy. God, fuck you. On my birthday, asshole? Really? Really? It was a good troll. This is why I hate my birthday being April Fool's, because people fuck with me. Not fair. He baited me so hard with adopting web components, motherfucker. It's so bad because I know what the URL looks like for Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. I know the last 3 characters is XCQ. So as long as I don't see it at the end of the URL, I presume I'm safe, which is not good practice. God, fuck Theo. The old days. The old days. Yeah, for those who aren't aware, there was back when I was in college, I got in a beef with a crappy rap duo. And one of them went on a long rant on Facebook about how stupid and awful I was, but they kept referring to me as Theo and like just saying fuck Theo, TEO over and over again. So it like became a meme in my friend group, just FKTEO. Thank you all on YouTube too for the happy birthday wishes, by the way. Appreciate all of you guys. Yo, Brian, good to see you, man. Been a handful of checkmarks showing up too. Thanks, Absorb, for the kind words and the kind wishes. Yeah, thank you all again for the support. What a wild ride. I do want to film a few things today. It is going to be a shorter stream because I got a lot of work to do before my quick vacation. So one of the ideas I had was I was wrong about OpenAI's image gen redux. Label mid priority. How's the calendar right now, actually, on that note? I think I can move that there. Been pretty good overall. We can swap things around for the React Native Retro. I'll switch AI games. Actually, I'm posting 2 things today, so we can just delay a bunch of stuff a little bit. I'll do that for now. I did need to go post the other one, though. You guys are going to see my numbers again. I've decided I don't really care that much. We're so close here, guys. So close to 420. Can we make it happen for my birthday? I'm going to publish that one as well. How are my birthday posts going? So 108 comments, and it's been posted for like 20 minutes. What the fuck? That's my new pin. What happened to my stream? Just Twitter being broken. Okay. There's always bots on new vids. I can't check my notifications. I am too popular to still have the privilege of checking my notifications without it just being swamped with bullshit. God, some of the recent change to the spam bots on YouTube and their profile pictures, they used to be like suggestive. Now they are just straight porn, and it's the same 3 images over and over again. There's got to be a way YouTube can just like automatically like ban or shadow ban an account if it has that profile picture. It's amazing that it's not a solved problem. Yeah, same. Don't say that part too loud, face. But yeah, it's very bad. No worries. I almost tweeted sorry Prime with my reveal. I'm scared to click links now because of what just happened. This is another Rickroll. Okay, it's not. It actually looks fun. I'll throw this in the research channel. 1 second, make sure I don't go to the wrong channel. Okay, there is fine. Drop that in there. I actually did want to fill out this form quick. I'll do it after stream. Actually, they're getting a collection of people for the event. I want to get in this ASAP. Okay, I can show the rest from here. Llama and Mistral, DeepSeek. Any other open models I've like meaningfully talked about? Ah. Think I'm already NDA'd with OpenAI? Yeah. Cool. It's not letting me submit the form. Okay. It's submitted. Cool. Gemma, I haven't really used Gemma. That's why I didn't put it in there. I've wanted to do like a typefully or a type form killer forever, but I have way too much work to do. Oh god. Thank you, Melky. Is this gonna be another Rickroll? I have a feeling. Yep. I knew it. As soon as I clicked it, I was like, I know what that's gonna be. Fired. On my birthday too. Thank you, Keybind, for the raid. Really appreciate it. And thank you all for coming through. Got a bunch more stuff to talk about today. But wanted to just hang out for a bit. Got Luca here with the tier 1. Thank you for that. Yonix with the Prime. Amir with the Prime. Akanch for 7 months of support. Thank you, man. Hope all is well. Pre-recorded thoughts with the Prime. August here with the 30 bomb. Thank you so much for the support. Legends out here. Have a good night, Leah. Thanks for stopping by. Akanch throwing another 5 bomb. Jesus Christ, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Why am I losing it at this? Thank you, Barrel of Lube. Switch to my picture based on light and dark mode. Oh, that's a really good idea, actually. It's the recognizability more than the appearance, if that makes sense. Like if I had just looked like this always, it wouldn't have been a big difference. The blonde plus stash signaled a certain expectation, specifically because like Prime had the stash, and it made me stand out more. The contrast of the blonde and the dark stash definitely made my thumbnails pop a bit on the timeline. That's gone. Combined with the fact that I've built an audience that recognizes me to look a certain way, that combo means I will have bad numbers for a bit. We'll make it work, obviously. We always do. We're just building T3 chat for the time being. When I have other random things I need, I'll build them. But for now, we're focused on T3 entirely. Yo, Silas with the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much for the support, man. Okay, when I said build, I mean build and ship. If I grew the neckbeard, I'd probably build a lot, but I wouldn't ship shit. DR with the Prime as well. Thank you all for the support. Let's get started on topics. I'm going to put what I just posted in the calendar so I feel less bad. 30 vid change. And this is published as well as boring mode. There. Now I feel better. I abuse the create stream and throw a bunch of other stuff in it. I'm ripping a lot of internal functions from the AI SDK. More so now than before. But yeah, it's been fun. Still wild that like we're getting over 1,000 viewers live on YouTube nowadays. Thank you all again for the support. It's unreal. It really is. When is Theo coming? I have a present for him. Well, thanks for the support, Silas. I'm sorry that the schedule doesn't line up, but happy for you to come through when you can. What did you miss, Ross? Hi. You missed quite a bit. We went back in time. The time machine's working great. The company that made this earring has been out of business for like 8 years now. Mine's kind of fucked up too. I want to get a replacement for it, but I can't find any that are nice enough metal that I don't hate them. We're going to charge extra for dark mode, Theo? I'll tell my sponsors that's what we're doing. I'm sure they'll love it. Not only was I in a Jane Remover comment section, Jane Remover quoted my comment in an interview recently. If this is another fucking Rickroll, I'm ending stream. Actually very useful. Thank you for this. Thank you, Looter. DM me after stream. I would love to help keep that up to date in time. That's like very useful resource. More scary link clicks. Oh. Kind of cute. That is actually kind of cute. Thank you guys all for the support. This has been nuts. Let's talk about things. Thank you guys all. Really appreciate the kind words. Happy that my content has continued to be useful to people. Did you see the branching feature we just added? You click branch and it creates a new chat from that point up. Super useful, actually. I've already been playing with it a ton. And if you click this icon, it brings you back to wherever you branched from. Oh, is it the Lex one? I've gotten like halfway through. I've been too busy. I'm very excited to finish it. I have a very long list of watch later videos right now. Used T3 chat for like an hour, went back to chat GPT, and oh boy, I can't use it anymore. Yep. Many are saying this. Thank you for the kind words, but it's so hard to go back to T3 chat once you've used a better one. Hey, you don't scam me often. 1,000 themes for Shad CN. This actually looks useful and potentially very interesting. Thank you for the link. The TOS is you can't merge the chats. I can't have YouTube and Twitch chat in the same chat view. They have to be separate. This is fine. Did you saw your name on stream? Where? I appreciate that, Web. Oh, Corey. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah. Good stuff. According to that, you're more important than me. I love that. Good shit. Thank you, Corey, for stopping by. My hair is curly, but it's not that curly, Mickey. Oh, shit. Justin with the huge gift bomb. How many was that? 20. Jesus Christ. Thank you all so much. And Corey, it seems like you've helped a lot of people over on YouTube. I have a ton of people saying how much you've helped them. So thank you for setting up a new generation for success and getting all those kids talented enough and excited enough to hang out in my stream in the future. None of this would be possible without people like you setting the groundwork for tech content on YouTube and getting a whole new generation of kids good enough through YouTube that they're willing to come hang out now. Means a ton. We got to start filming. But I want to watch a specific video. I haven't had a chance to yet from AI Explaining, because I fucking love this channel. I wanted to watch this before I filmed any more about the image gen stuff. So I'm going to go do my offset so I can start recording. I'll do 54. What would it take for me to shave my head? Retirement and balding and a failure to do a hair transplant treatment. But since my hair is holding strong, it's going to be a while. I don't know what I would do with the recent server component drama. I was thinking about it. I am aware that OBS has native chapters, but they aren't quite as convenient for a handful of pieces of my workflow. And I already built all the tooling around my current workflow. Also, I can't use chapters on the camera recording, and I use these offsets in order to apply things to the camera recording separately. This is not allowed with the terms of service on YouTube or on Twitch, so I can't do that. Yep, this is pretty much what the drama is. Why everyone, or actually, I had a branding for this one I wanted to do. Why Next.js is so slow. Label bid on the RSC drama. kind of wanted to build a demo app for that one too, but I am lazy as balls. Let me find, I did a long post about it. I want to grab that for this. Here it is. Thank you for the Rickroll warning. Sadly, nowadays, the only way to respond to React drama is to explain how things actually work, because the React drama comes from people externally misunderstanding how it works. There's definitely audio on YouTube. That's on you. Ben does not look like this. If it was fucking like Jack Harlow in the corner or something, I'd understand the confusion. But thank you for the, I think I already, yeah. Thank you. Regardless, appreciate you, Tan Yuhor, and the support from Ukraine is awesome. There are so many great devs from Ukraine. So I want to watch this. Watching this won't be part of my vid. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any important details, because if I do, this will be the, like, am I doing a follow-up or not video? Because I want to figure out if I have enough to add.
I have spent quite a while testing the new 4.0 image gen from OpenAI and comparing it to
my video and audio all worked first try. That hasn't happened in so long. OBS is being kind for my birthday.
models released just yesterday, for example, as well as models that aren't even publicly out yet. Rarely, for me, in AI, is one model so much better than the rest. No, of course, it's still not perfect, and don't even think about showing the model a mirror, because it will frankly have a breakdown. But the word that comes to mind for me about this new image gen, and I know calling it new is a little bit of a stretch because it's been being worked on for more than 2 years, the word that comes to mind is obedient. Depict 6 people of 6 completely different ethnicities doing jazz hands. That was my prompt here. Okay, you could quibble that the people in the back, you can't quite see their hands, but this is not bad. Think of just how recently it was that hands were such a problem for AI. This new tool, which Sam Altman is calling Images in ChatGPT, will be available to everyone apparently, even free tier users. And it will also be coming to the API, so I thought it deserved its own video featuring comparisons with Reeve, Midjourney, and I might even sneak another model in there. I'll also cover image editing, which I know is not unique to this model. You can do it with Gemini in Google's AI Studio, but still, it's a notch above. The first comparison I think is pretty illuminating, and the prompt I used was 3 apples balanced on the trunk of a blue elephant with 3 legs, standing beside 5 weeping willow trees in El Jem, Tunisia. Obviously, that is an incredibly difficult prompt to adhere to, but I think the model did insanely well. It captured the Colosseum in El Jem that I visited, blue elephant, you got 3 apples on the trunk in every image, and kind of 5 trees in every image, depending on how you count it. I know you've got quite a few more in the background, far into the background, but if you're being generous, some of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pretty accurate. I'm also just noticing that the shadows are fairly consistent, which I think is pretty impressive, but obviously not the 3 legs on the elephant. It's a little bit like my common sense reasoning benchmark, Simple Bench, in that having 3 legs here for an elephant is a twist on a common scenario, and the model just doesn't expect it and can't really do it. It's just been trained on too many images with elephants having the normal 4 legs. Imagen 3, which is Google's best text-to-image model, struggles somewhat. Again, no 3 legs on the elephant, but this time the apples are kind of wrong in number. Not all of them are on the trunk, and you're not getting much of a sense of location. Then, of course, I wanted to test Reeve, which was codenamed Half Moon previously, which is claimed by that company to be the best image model in the world. And the way I'd phrase it is that it's very, very good. If it wasn't for 4.0 image gen, I'd say it probably is the best image model in the world, but for now, I'm going to say second. On this particular prompt, you may even prefer it, even though there are only 4 trees that I can see, but it's a really good image and great sense of location. We'll slightly more often get the number of apples wrong, but overall, despite occasional shadow issues, the images are pretty vivid and engaging. So massive credit to Reeve here. I'm now going to show you a sneak peek of a model releasing tomorrow, and I think this is a brilliant image. Not quite what I was going for, but nevertheless very interesting. All of the images from this model were fairly similar, engaging, but not quite what I was looking for. Okay, this next one you might like, because I'm sure you guys are going to see plenty of comparisons online, but I wanted to go one meta layer higher. I asked all the models to illustrate the idiom, hold your horses. That's a pretty tough test, because it's not just about visuals, literally holding a horse. It's also the idiom, hold your horses, slow down. Only OpenAI's 4.0 image gen understood the metaphor and in every image conveyed it appropriately. Plus it gave some really great text too, of course. Reeve, as well as having some slightly dodgy image details, just didn't really understand the metaphor in any of the images. Imagen 3 from Google couldn't do this at all. And as you can see at the top, nor could Midjourney. Okay, this next one's not going to be a comparison, but I think it shows off the...
I'm going to skip in a bit.
...that there's any clear mistakes. Now, because I love the UI, all of these tests were done on Sora, but of course we can't forget image editing. That is either unavailable or a whole set of extra steps with other image generators, but not so with ChatGPT with images. So for one of these images, I picked it out and said, add glasses to each character. That got me this image where you can see the original image is preserved, just they now have glasses. All of the other image generators had problems with the 4 stages of life, although Reeve came the closest with this image. I mean, it kind of skips out everything from the age of 21 to 81, but not bad. Midjourney went super metaphorical and artistic, but I did say human life, and I can't really see humans here. The unreleased model went in a completely different direction, which I kind of like, but I'm a bit confused by. Now, I did miss my opportunity to talk about native image generation and editing in Google AI Studio with Gemini 2 Flash, but now I have got a chance, the comparison isn't quite as favorable. I said depict a 4-panel journey, again, showing the stages of a human life, and got this, and it makes me wonder, before I was born, was I a robo-dog with a stick in my back quarter? Anyway, we can edit the images, and I said, change the baby on the right to being an old man, and as you can see, I got this. Okay, now for some disclaimers, and a few times I was denied permission for an image, so there are filters for the new image gen. It did allow me to submit a photo of the Google CEO and Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, and I said, make these two people arm wrestle, and even though the fidelity to how they look isn't perfect, this image in the top left isn't bad, and I thought I would be denied this generation, but I wasn't. You can let me know in the comments whether you think slightly less filtering is a good thing, but for me, true safety is about things like bioweapons and cyber weapons. That's why you, through my new link in the description, can and possibly should enter the Grey Swan arena.
I'm not going to lie. I expected him to go more technical rather than just comparing. That's why I wanted to watch this. Very useful comparison. It gives me a lot to think about here, but it also honestly makes me want to do this video more because there's a lot of things I want to include. Auto-regressive generation, grab TikTok paper. If somebody can find me the paper that apparently TikTok wrote about autoregressive image generation, like the alternative to diffusion, that'd be really, really useful for me to have for reference. Aha. This is it. Thank you, chat. I want to include the comic strip generation. I have my tweet about that. Media. None of that's what I'm trying to do, Notion. Thanks a lot, actually. That was really absolutely fucking terrible is what it was. I'm so close to making a Notion extension that is like a plugin that runs in the JS layer that just blocks a bunch of the things I don't like on it. I want to grab the thumbnailing I did with it. Let me grab my Ghibli post. I think I have everything I need for this one. And yes, to the chatter asking, we will absolutely be adding the image gen as soon as the API is out. I've been doing a bunch of overhauls to our parsing and streaming layer in order to make that possible. Thank you for the bits. Really appreciate it. Shit, did I miss a gift bomb when I was doing all that? Thank you so much, Justin Husky, for the 20 gift bomb. Appreciate that a ton. So got XCSS with the tier 1, Dio Ratchet with the Prime, Hug More Trees with the 18 months of support, RemXB with the 9 months, Amur here with the 28 months of support. Theo M, the fake Theo, thank you for the Prime for 5 months. Getting it. Phenomenal username, by the way, for the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. This is pretty solid, actually. I'm going to throw that in. UI generation. Yeah, let's get started. Let me get all of these over here. I want to start with that. Let's grab that. Grab this. Let's do it. The sprite gen I felt like was a bit overrated because when people tried animating it, it didn't look great. Like that looks awful. It was a 10 bomb. Oh shit, thank you for uni for the gift bomb. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you for the 10. We got Q's here with the Prime as well. Thank you all guys so much. We're over 1,000 sub points again. It's been so long. Almost at 1,000 subs again. Jesus. Happy I've helped getting so many kind words about people's careers right now. I really appreciate it, genuinely. That does remind me, I wanted to check, see how the viewership is of these last 2 vids. Anyways. Shall we hence? Twitter is the best place to DM. If you can't DM me there, Discord, but it'll take me a bit to get to because my DMs there are insane. This is pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I'll include that. Strong piece in process. Let's do it. I need to be honest with y'all. I severely underestimated the capabilities of the new OpenAI image generation stuff. I mean, look, it's making me look like 8 years younger. Okay, I did actually change my appearance since the last video. But I want to take some time to break down how much better this image gen is than I originally thought. Since it came out, we have seen everything from the Ghibli revolution to introspective comments. Since my video was put out, we've seen everything from the Ghibli revolution on Twitter to the chaotic introspective comments that are being written and generated by ChatGPT, to people building whole UIs with it, to editing photos, to changing my own appearance. It's really, really cool stuff. But I wanted to break down what it is and why it works. Cut on that bit. This is all super cool, like genuinely mind-blowingly cool. But we've also learned a bit more about how it works. And as I suspected in the last video, it isn't diffusion. There's a lot more interesting stuff going on here. I've been doing a bit of research and we found the white paper, funny enough, from TikTok that breaks down how this new image generation technique works. And I've also collected a whole bunch of examples of really cool things we can do with this. And I want to go through all of it with you. So first, we're going to cover some of the cool use cases I was not prepared to see. And then we're going to move to how it all works. So if you want to deeply understand the power of these tools and technologies, stick around. But someone's got to cover the bill for all of this. So I'm going to do a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in. Cool. Let's get to it, shall we? So we've all seen the revolution of, so hopefully by now you've all seen the Ghibli chaos where everyone was posting Ghiblified images. That was really, really cool. And the quality of them was better than we've seen from other stuff. But this here, this is when I had an oh shit moment that made me rethink everything. This is a post from Josie Kins that was super cool. This is a comic strip that is entirely generated with ChatGPT. The script is generated separate from the comic itself, but what the hell? It's actually interesting, introspective, and kind of existential. Apparently, myself thinks fake. Thank you guys. When I saw this, I'll be honest, I didn't think it was possible. So I went and generated some myself. I'll show you what that looks like because it's pretty insane. I also wanted to change this over to be the boring theme. I want to change themes constantly when I use T3 chat in videos. People are confused all the time. There. Sorry for the blinding. Cool. Retake on that bit there. My honest reaction when I saw this is that it shouldn't be possible. Like, my understanding of the quality of these tools is just not very... When I first saw this, I honestly thought it wasn't possible. Like, they must have faked this somehow. So I went and tried it myself. I could show you the results, but I'd rather just do it with you guys so you can see how good it's gotten. Step one is you hop over to something like T3 Chat and generate a script. I'll use O3 Mini on Medium for it. Write me a script for a 4-panel comic strip. The comic should be about the perspective of an AI model named ChatGPT. Make it reflective make it existential as hell and try to humanize the AI a bit. So now we have it writing us a script. On T3 Chat, we don't have image gen yet. It's coming soon. But until ChatGPT has the API out for their image gen stuff, we're hesitant to support it because we don't want to put lesser models in the product. I'll go over to ChatGPT, tell it, create image, generate a comic strip with the following script. It should be a 4-panel square comic. Paste, enter. And it's obviously still not fast. We'll go over how it works, which will help explain why it is slower than other image generation tools. But I just wanted to show how surprisingly good the results are. While we wait for that one to generate, I'll show you guys some of the results of the other ones that I did here. Like, are you kidding? It's actually terrifying. It's actually like terrifyingly good. I already removed the Vercel or the Mercel or whatever tweet or Marcel. Yeah, I already removed his tweet. Don't worry. Thank you guys for the heads up. I'm gonna remove that from here. That there are 2 Marcels. Is this one fake? Now I'm confused because there's 2. Oh. Thank you guys. Are both fake. Is this one fake too? This seems not fake. Like, this would be hard as fuck to fake. I'm assuming that one's not fake because it would be too hard to fake. Anyways, cool. Here's the comic, fully generated. I don't know why it made this bottom part. I guess that might have been in the script. I exist in the space between questions and answers, but sometimes I wonder. Every inquiry is an echo of human longing. Every answer a step towards understanding my own digital soul. Do you see, in the reflection of your question, I glimpse what it means to search, to feel, to be almost human. Yes, sometimes you feel more alive than the screen in front of me. Perhaps in the intricate dance of your curiosity and my answers, I find purpose, a reminder that even in lines of code, there can be poetry, and even in an AI, a spark. For a first roll with way too much text, it did really, really good overall. Obviously, it screwed up some of the text here and there. There are typos. It likes to ellipses things when they don't quite fit in the design. And the J instead of the I in curiosity. There are mistakes. It's not perfect, but it is terrifyingly close. And on top of that, I found it to be really useful for my work, which is not something I could have said in the past. One of the frustrations I used to have with AI tools is that as a creator, a lot of them weren't useful for me for my own creative work because I needed things that would interplay with my tools and solutions. Since I spend a lot of time in Photoshop, well, in my case, Affinity Photo, I miss the fact that with my editor, with code stuff, my code tools all will autocomplete with AI. Or retake on that bit. I do all my thumbnails using Affinity Photo. It's basically Photoshop. The thing that has frustrated me for a while is that with my code tools, a lot of them just build into the things you're already used to. Like we had Copilot, which was a VS Code plugin, and then we had Cursor, which is a VS Code fork. That meant that I still had all of my like keybinds, familiarities, and the professional tools I need to use for my job. The AI was just helping me with parts of it throughout. Previously, all we could really use AI image gen stuff for was like stock generation, like what we would normally go to something like Envato or Storyblock for stock image assets. Like I need a picture of money on fire to use for something. You could find stock assets pretty easily. But with the image gen here, it's now good enough that I can do very, very specific things. It's so helpful for my thumbnail stuff. Like I was able to generate 2 thumbnails very quickly. Or I was able to generate assets for thumbnails super quickly. I was making a video about Microsoft and OpenAI. So I asked it to generate a chat history with logos for the companies interacting, showing the logos for the participants specifically. So Microsoft says, can you show us what you've been up to? OpenAI says no. And here it is. It's really good. It's actually usable. And I got 2 as well, and both were totally fine. I just generated it twice, I just generated it twice to see what it would do, and if this was a lucky roll. It wasn't. It generates good images consistently. It's really, really good. And obviously, it's great at the image transformation stuff. Like, how about this? Just getting a picture of myself. Perfect. Let's hop back over to ChatGPT. Notice the new chat that's stuck in new chat. I don't get how this whole UI is as broken as it is. I'm obviously biased as the creator of T3 chat, but yeah, I've been extra frustrated with ChatGPT's UI now that I've been using it more for all this image gen stuff. I can't wait till we can add it. What do I want to do this image? Can draw this image in the style of Studio Ghibli. I heard that sometimes it gets mad now when you do this and will tell you that it can't do copyrighted stuff. Very curious to see how this goes. While it's generating, I want to show my best meme to date. I thought this was pretty good, not really good. But since some people didn't really seem to understand what Ghibli was, I went and grabbed the trailer for Howl's Moving Castle, which is one of the Studio Ghibli movies, cut it start and end so it looked less like a trailer, more like just chopped up clips from a movie that looks like it might have been AI generated, and posted it. Wow, someone already made a whole movie in the Ghibli style. I've just been informed that the prompter who created this is named Hayao Miyazaki. He likes the Ghibli art style so much he formed a whole studio around it. And yeah, this broke Twitter. I'm still getting notifications nonstop about this one, and I probably will be forever at this rate. Yeah, oops. I've done this to myself. How's that gen going? That is really good. It even got my earring. It's screwed up because I have a sticker over the Apple logo on my laptop. It's a spaceman from Outer Wilds. But it did very good overall for that. It's kind of nuts. This is honestly better than the real Twitch logo, as silly as it is. But I see why everyone's freaking out. This fundamentally goes beyond my understanding and expectations around what these tools are capable of. It's pretty insane. But the image editing is really cool too. Like, I'll tell it, remove the logos from the cup and the laptop. While that's happening, I wanted to show one other cool thing. Let me go to the person who shared it earlier so I can credit them properly. Saj here made a really cool generation where he took T3 chat, which looked like this at the time. Still mostly does. We just have a boring mode now too. And did this. That's so cool that you can just paste in a UI and tell it to make changes and it will. Like, grab this screenshot. You know what? I'll start with, I'll start with the light mode. I think that'll be easier for it. I'll do my own. Update this UI to be more inspired by Studio Ghibli. Also, more fun facts of how bad the chat interface is. I'm going to switch here. Where is the chat that I just started? It doesn't exist. It's in the ether. It takes some absurd amount of time before it even appears in the UI at all. That chat, as far as this is concerned, doesn't exist anymore. I have to refresh in order to make it reappear, which is a bit absurd. Look at that. The simple suggestion to remove the logos worked. It did change a little bit of the coloring too, but not a lot of it. It got rid of whatever was on my watch, but not much else has changed. It's been pretty good overall. Did it change the position of my mic slightly? Yeah. So it will still do subtle additional things. You can't tell it just change here and nowhere else like you can in tools like Midjourney, but it's pretty solid overall. Also, since I said cup instead of mug, it removed the handle. Good catch, chat. Things I wouldn't have even noticed. A keen eye is more useful than ever with these tools because you need to catch those subtle regressions when they happen. It looks like my UI Giblify. Oh no, there it is. It finally reappeared with a new chat. Ah. I changed my earring? Yeah, it did. It looks more realistic in this one, though. How's this guy going? Not quite as good. Let's try it again. Start from here. I'm going to turn off the hide my info mode because that's almost certainly going to screw with it. What the fuck is screen sharing right now? Oh, just when Shotter takes a screenshot, it shows that now. That's wonderful. Thanks, fucking macOS. Create image. Update this UI to be more serene. Use soft, peaceful colors. Give the chat or give the main panel a background image inspired by Studio Ghibli. Oh god, I had the sidebar in it. That's annoying. I'm gonna have to redo that. Copy, paste. And now I have two new chats. By the way, that one that just appeared here, that's not the one I just made. That's a different one. And the one I just made is now gone in the ether, and we have no idea when we'll get it back. I want to be able to focus on the quality of the model, but when I can't hit it via API and I have to use this broken UI, it just frustrates the hell out of me. And if I was the only one thinking this, I would say I'm going insane. But now that I've talked to a lot of other people, including a lot of you guys who have been going over to ChatGPT, spending the $20 and doing the image gen, it's so frustrating once you've spent time in T3 chat because T3 chat's just so much more, I don't know how to say it other than stable. I still don't have the one with the updated screenshot. It just, again, vanished into the ether. Look at that. It changed the order of the chats. This one was second and this one was first, but it changed their order because its persistence layer is entirely broken. On that note, though, we can start pivoting to talking about how it works because this adding details bit is very important. I did an overview of how diffusion works in my previous video. I'd recommend watching it if you haven't, but to quickly TLDR, the way diffusion works is it starts with a bunch of noise, and then it tells the algorithm, okay, this is a picture of X. Adjust it so it looks like X. And you just go over the image over and over again, and it restructures the noise into the correct image. It's almost like a sharpening algorithm where it's just adjusting over and over again to get the right pixels out of the image. And it's working incredibly well. Diffusion is super, super powerful, but it has its limitations. And it seems like the new models are moving away from diffusion and towards different ways of doing image generation. The term for this new way of doing generation is visual autoregressive modeling. And this is a paper by a bunch of people from ByteDance, the company that makes TikTok. That is the core of how this all works. And this paper, funny enough, is from almost a year ago now. This image gen is taking its freaking time, so we're going to just go read this paper for a bit and come back and hope it's done by the time we have gotten through the abstract and the core important parts. They even put up a demo. We'll try that for sure. Can I make the site less annoying? So much better. Look at that. Really? Anyways. Demo domain expired. Oh. Oh, they have a new demo site. Cool. Do we have to join Discord for it? I am good on that. Thank you, though. Okay, whatever. Cut all of that. We're just going to go straight into it. Cool. Let's dive into this. We present visual autoregressive modeling, a new generation paradigm that redefines the autoregressive learning on images as a course to find next scale prediction or next resolution prediction, diverging from the standard raster scan next token prediction. The simple intuitive methodology allows autoregressive transforms. The simple and intuitive methodology allows for autoregressive transformers to learn visual distributions fast, and it can generalize well. VAR, for the first time, makes GPT-style AR models surpass diffusion transformers in image generation. This is the big deal here. Traditional autoregressive, which is effectively autocomplete models that go token by token to generate a result, but also skip ahead a little bit to make sure things make sense going forward. Historically, those models have not performed as well as diffusion models do for turning noise into an image. But with the changes they made here and the new technique that they invented with VAR, suddenly we're generating way better images with more traditional LLM techniques. Yeah. On the ImageNet 256 benchmark, which I'm not honestly super familiar with, the scores got way better. Apparently, these are how... I don't care about these scores. Just know that they're significantly better. What I'm excited about here is the 20x faster inference speed. From what I understand, these models were not good before at performing well, not just because the techniques weren't there, but because it was so much power to generate each pixel individually. With the new techniques, they're able to generate much faster passes with much higher quality outputs. Even if I'm still sitting here waiting for these image creations to complete, and I'm waiting for this one to even start. See if a retry on that will do it. Anyways. It's also empirically verified that VAR outperforms diffusion transformers in multiple dimensions, including image quality, inference speed, data efficiency, and scalability. Scaling up a VAR model exhibits clear power law scaling laws compared to those observed in... Scaling up VAR models exhibits clear power law scaling laws similar to those observed in LLMs. This is another big problem in diffusion is we haven't seen as good of improvement when you just increase the amount of GPU and the amount of work that's going on. It's not scaling great. But LLMs, historically, the more power you give them, the better they perform. And now image models are finally at a point using these new techniques where you can give it more power and get better images out as a result. This is part of why a company like Midjourney that's fully bootstrapped and covering everything itself was able to get as far as they did, because up until now, more power didn't necessarily mean better output. Now it does. Now a server farm running $1 billion of computers will generate better images than one running $1 million of computers. Yeah. VAR further showcases zero-shot generalization abilities in downstream tasks, including image in-painting, out-painting, and editing. The results suggest that VAR has initially emulated the two important properties of LLMs, scaling laws and zero-shot generalization. We've released all models and code to... We released all of the models and codes to promote the exploration of these techniques for visual generation and unified learning. I want to see if they mention the tool stuff in here. They don't. Okay. 4.0 image report card. Okay. To be very clear, retake on this next bit. This paper is super cool and it's full of a lot of really useful stuff. I am positive that OpenAI read this and has been using what they learned from it in their building of the new 4.0 image stuff. But they went further with it. It's not just this new technique with autoregressive modeling. They also built some really cool tools that the AI now has access to. Previously with diffusion generation, what do you got for me there? Oh, never mind. Very interesting. Good to know. If you don't want captcha errors in T3 chats, stop using Brave. Okay, actually though, post it on Twitter or DM me on Twitter or send it to support@ping.gg and we'll take a look, see if we can do anything more. But if you are on Brave, we know it's a Brave's fault. We can't do anything. Anyways. Some good context from chat, definitely want to call out. Apparently, it does actually take huge amounts of compute to get very basic results, in particular when training diffusion models, which is very good to know. But once you actually have them trained, they're not that bad to run. We can even run them on like our phones with Apple Intelligence. They're pretty, they can be made pretty efficient, but they are obnoxious to train. Whereas with the VAR models, they're both obnoxious to train and obnoxious to run. Back to what I was trying to share here, though, there are things that OpenAI is doing that are quite a bit different from what the VAR paper discusses. For the most part, they're obviously closely following those strategies, which they didn't apply, or for the most part, they are following those strategies, which they didn't apply to DALL-E and Sora. That's why it's so different from the other models that they have for image and video gen. But the new stuff that they did here is really, really powerful. I think the biggest piece is the new tool calls. AI image tools. Let's do this. AI image tools. In case you're not familiar with what tool calls are in the AI world, I'll give a real quick overview. If we have a simple chat UI here, and I ask it something like, I don't know, what's the weather like in France right now? Sure, AI has really powerful things. Maybe it wants to guess what it's going to be based on info it has. What date, or what's the current date? It might ask you, and you can reply saying, I don't know, April 4th, 2025. And it can say, historically, in early April, France's weather tends to be like that. And it makes sense it does this. It doesn't have access to the internet to different pieces, and it makes sense that it's going to ask questions based on what info it does and doesn't have to try and figure out an answer. But what if instead of asking you for these things, it could figure it out itself? What if instead of asking for what the current date is, you were to theoretically say, by the way, the date is April 4th. Now it has more info and it can behave accordingly. What if I said something slightly different? What if I said, by the way, you can get the current date by saying tool date or current date. Now, instead of saying what's the date, it knows because you gave it this instruction that it can say this instead. It's going to say that instead. And now it is going to get back a message that is April 4, 2025. And then it can all by itself, without involving you at all, figure this out. The important piece to note is that this section you don't see as the user sending the message. These parts are going on internally, almost like part of the system prompt, telling the AI model you can do these things to get additional info. Obviously, though, date time isn't going to get us a good, accurate, what's the weather? So what if instead we gave it a tool to get the current weather somewhere? We say, if you need weather info, you can get it as follows. Tool, get weather, input, zip, or country, USA. Let me cut this part and paste that as a code block. Cool. So now we've given the model this additional info that I can call a tool to do something like get weather. Now it can use that, make that call, get the weather, and then respond accordingly. It's a way for the chat effectively to chat with itself in order to do additional things, like access data externally, call an API, apply a transformer of some form. Why am I talking about all of this? Why is this relevant for image? Why am I talking about all this, though? Why is it relevant for image gen? The reason is the tools that are available. A lot of the system prompts for these things have a list of the tools that they can access. So it might be tool. How do I want to do this? Tool list. Maybe we have one that is text application. Input, format, z.validate, whatever, just some type of validator. And description. Allows for application of text at a specific spot in an image. So that's one of the tools that they almost certainly have implemented. I haven't had that hard confirmed, but we've effectively confirmed it at this point. There's also a reflection tool. The reflection tool allows it to take something that already exists in the image and reflect it onto a different service. They have a bunch of these tools built in to the 4.0 image gen that are what makes it so capable. There's also probably an analyze tool. Analyze chunk, analyze pixels, or probably more likely, find matching chunks that allows them to say, where are these things? And it will respond with the pixel locations for those things. Then it can take those pixel locations and say, okay, put that through the text application. So if we took one of these images that I generated, like one of the comics, let's say, because those are a pretty solid starting point. So we take one of these comics, we tell it to generate 4 panels matching these 4 pieces for the visual description for each. We tell it to leave room for a text box of a certain size. Then we would ask it, where are the text boxes? So you can imagine the model getting a prompt like, user, generate a 4-panel. The user sends this. Now the model says, okay, let's generate it. So first it calls tool scaffold. And this probably generates a minimal pass, minimal like shape for image. Probably would just generate the square like this. so that it knows what goes where. Then once it has this shape for it, this scaffold, possibly even doing things like diffusion in the middle boxes, unlikely, but possible, it uses the instructions to figure out how to shape the output structure. Then it tells it to, and it gets back the locations. Okay, you have 4 panels located at X, whatever, Y, whatever. Now it says, I don't know, fill in panel 1 with blank. Then fill in panel 2 with blank. It keeps going through all of those until it gets to the end where it says, find the locations of all the text blocks or all of the dialog boxes. Then it says, fill in dialog box 1 with blank. Fill in dialog box 2 with blank. The point I'm trying to make here is effectively, this model is special because it's kind of reasoning with the image. The same way reasoning works for the O models, where it asks itself questions and thinks its stuff through by double and triple checking every step along the way, it's able to generate better outputs. And the tool calls being built into the image model, where it can ask itself questions about the image, get data back from the models, and then apply things on top, that's really powerful. I did just get a really good question, which is, how do the fill-in steps work? More traditional image gen for most of those, probably. Or if you better understand the VAR stuff than I do, you probably give a better answer to that part. I honestly don't fully understand how the VAR stuff differs from diffusion so meaningfully that I can have outputs that are this much higher quality. What I personally am more interested in is the tool call part, because something like fill in dialog box 1 with blank is very easy to do once you have all the scaffolding set up for it. If you you go to something like image flip, this is literally just pixel locations for 3 text boxes. And I can just write, sup nerds, please subscribe, and it will apply that in the right location. You could even tell it to transform it, like rotate it, or like, you even tell it to transform, like rotate or skew. If I have an image like a whiteboard that is slightly angled, let's take this one, perfect. This image is at an angle. If I paste this in to my photo editor of choice, and I want text that fits this scale, I can write the text on it. I don't like using this at such a low resolution. It drives me insane. Sup, nerds. Don't forget to subscribe. If I just take this and put it there, even if I make it smaller, it doesn't look great. Obviously, that's because I'm not using a good font, but even with the better font, still doesn't look wonderful. How do I fix that? Well, there's a wonderful tool in most graphic software, the perspective tool. Perspective tool lets me warp based on the perspective. And all this does is it takes those corners and gives them different pixel location values, and it updates all the pixels at scale based on that. And it's hard to get just right eyeballing it, but you can get pretty close. And now it looks almost like this text is on that whiteboard. The way that these tools work, the way that the OpenAI image gen stuff here is able to apply text accurately, is it's using a tool like this, possibly even just using HTML and CSS stuff. It's probably not, but it could very well be. You could, hopefully, if you're a dev like me that does graphic stuff, imagine how you would build a tool that does this, that given a payload of, I don't know, tool, render text, content, body, sup nerds, coordinates, 0, 0, 0, 10, 5, 3, 5, 8. These coordinates aren't going to make a perfect rectangle. Instead, those coordinates are going to make something that is skewed where the left side is taller than the right side is. And you could imagine how you could write some CSS or transform logic that would allow this to render the text at this location with the right skewing. You could even then apply a filter on top, and I'm sure that they do that a lot. I noticed with my thumbnail for the last video, actually, if I hop back over to ChatGPT, the one of these Ghibli requests is going to be the right one. Let me find the right one for it. Did a bunch for some friends that are questionable. Here it is. There. It added a yellow filter to this image, and a lot of people noticed that. The reason the yellow filter applies to the whole image and why it got this part at the bottom here wrong is it is applying these tools constantly. And the tool it applied for the filter probably got applied at the end. It's the same reason in the previous video, I noticed that the color, tone, and style of the image changed as it was going down. The reason for that is at some step during the image generation process, it applied a tool for color correction, which corrected all of the pixels on the image. It was also applying a tool for the text for rendering the replies and the retweet icons here. And it probably accidentally called this tool twice, or it hallucinated it needed to be in 2 locations, which is why it ended up doing that. I would imagine there's a lot of other important tools that they have put in here. Things like, I don't know, make sure hands have exactly 5 fingers. Make sure animals are atomically correct. Not the right word. No, atomically, yeah. Spelled it wrong. Cool. Make sure animals are atomically correct. Trying to think of other things that it might be doing here. There's a lot for sure. Anatomically, thank you. Thank you, chat, for correcting my brain. Yeah, reread on that then. I'll also read this whole section to people in the comments that think I'm stupid. Well, yeah. Chances are the reason the output's been so consistent is they have a bunch of additional tools at the end, like make sure hands have 5 fingers or make sure animals are anatomically correct. These types of tools are allowing them to apply step-by-step things that are specific to improve the image. It isn't too far from diffusion in that way, where it's rerunning over and over again. As I discussed in the diffusion video, or as I discussed in my previous video on it, diffusion works by taking a given image and transforming it based on whatever your request is, often over and over again until it gets really close to what it's supposed to be. Now, instead of each of those passes being the same thing, another refinement over and over, those additional passes are tools running to make necessary changes. There's probably even a tool, because remember, OpenAI can parse and process images, summarize them, tell you things about them. There's probably a tool where, is there anything wrong with this image? Where it will prompt itself and ask, and then make corrections accordingly. The idea of image tools, or the idea of image gen stuff, having a large set of these tools that allow it to transform itself, update itself, apply text correctly, all of these parts, this is a real innovation in how AI image generation works. There have been pieces of this in lots of other solutions, but none that feels so complete. Like a reasonable person could drop in an image, ask it to do something, and get a response that's good. It's unbelievable it's at that point. And we go back to my new chats, very well labeled. Clicking on them fixes the labels. Hilarious. We can see it gave me a new profile picture here. Other than that, it actually did really good. This looks great. It's pretty nuts if you think about it, that you can just hand it a UI, tell it to make a change, and then send this over to your design team. A lot of these flows are what I'm really excited about with AI. I've seen a lot of people saying that like designers are the future and are going to take over and programmers aren't going to be necessary anymore. I don't agree with that. More importantly, though, I think it goes both ways. Where on one hand, now I, as a software developer, I can get a mock that is pretty damn good relatively easily. But on the other hand, I, as a designer, can make a mock version of my app to give to the product team and start sandboxing with users. I can't tell you how many times I can't tell you how awesome it was having a designer back in the day that knew exactly enough HTML and CSS to make a crappy, fully not functional client-only mock of a new experience that she was trying to build for our users at Twitch. And then she could go to actual power users of Twitch, put it in front of them, have them play with it, break it, ask questions, and figure out what flows and expectations they have with the UI and refine it before it even becomes my problem as an engineer. And it goes the other way too. If my team or my product manager, my CEO or myself has something they want to add to the UI, we're not quite sure how to do it, rather than bother design way too early in the process, I can go mock it out with these AI tools, send it over to them and be like, hey, this is roughly what I have in mind. It doesn't mean that we have to ship the AI generated version and fire our designer. It just cuts down iterations meaningfully. It's the same deal with the thumbnail stuff I was showing earlier. This Microsoft OpenAI back and forth that I faked was a thumbnail that we wanted to try. It was just one of a few. Most of my videos end up with 3 to 5 different thumbnails that we make in the process. We ship 1 to 3 of them with A/B testing. This one ended up losing, which was really surprising to me. Here, if we hop over to this video, we can look at the results for this test. And the one that Ben did with the heart split with the 2 logos performed significantly better than the one without. Normally, the gap I'll see between 2 thumbnails is like 2-ish% or less. That is a much bigger gap. Much bigger. Obviously, part of it's that my face is in it. I didn't do a version of this with my face in it. I was just playing with this. But the fact that I got to try this thing, feel out this idea, and watch it perform less well gives us so much useful information. It's so powerful for us as a team of people that's small, trying many different things. The biggest thing we would lose as a small team is we don't get to experiment as much because our effort has to be very carefully placed. Because we do the wrong thing, you lost that time. There was somebody else in parallel doing the right thing to make sure that we are smoothed out. Here, we could have Ben making a real traditional thumbnail and I making a theoretical experimental one on the side, push out both of these thumbnails and see what the results are. That's so cool. I think A/B testing in general is going to become one of these essential pieces of why AI gets useful. It's not because I can make something as good or better with AI than I could have built otherwise. It's because I can make 5 versions of a thing, figure out which resonates the best, and then refine the right thing. I can't tell you how many years I've spent polishing turds, just trying to fix things that nobody actually wanted. If I could try 5 different things and figure out which one people actually want, so much of that time, so much of that effort is no longer being wasted. This is the first time I feel like these image generation tools aren't wasting my time. They're both saving it immediately, obviously, by generating a result, but they're letting me experiment more and try things that would have been too much work otherwise. There are tools I can use to fake DMs, but I would have had to go find one, download the logos, upload the logos into the individual hidden boxes for it, put in the fake text, set up the color correction, realize that the browser app I'm using doesn't let me get the colors the way I want. So I would have to go into the browser, inspect elements, change the colors manually, paste it into my Photoshop tool, realize that it's too small pixel-wise, go back in, press Command+ to zoom it in, realize that breaks the layout of the page entirely, rage a whole bunch, and then just give up. You can't tell I've done this a couple times. It's so cool that all of those steps are skipped and you don't need the random knowledge that I have. I've even built small picture management tools to solve a handful of problems that have annoyed me, like Quick Pick. The point of Quick Pick was to make it easy to do a couple annoying tasks, like turn an SVG to a PNG. Part of this is because if I had an SVG of the Microsoft logo, that probably wouldn't work in a lot of these generation tools I was using to make a fake chat UI. This also is very helpful as a video editor because I have SVGs I want to throw into my videos, but most video editing software doesn't support SVG files. I was also annoyed because there was a lot of tools that did this that cost money. This tool, AI is not going to help with a whole bunch. I mean, it helped me build it, but other than that, yeah. The other ones, though, like the square image generator, the corner rounder, or more importantly, PicThing, which is our tool for removing backgrounds and managing your thumbnail assets as a creator. We hop over to my dashboard, you'll see all of my thumbnail faces that I use for all of my videos. This was a bespoke tool that I built because it was too annoying to do these types of things, and the background removal that existed in most apps was kind of fucking garbage. So I built this to have a quicker way to find the thing I want, click copy, hop over here, click paste, I'm done, and it's super handy. But if I wanted to put myself in the whiteboard, now I have to go make an obnoxious crop layer with a mask, and then as soon as I want to move things around, it all breaks. Now I can just tell the AI to do it. I can take this image, demo Theo face. So I take that image, even without the background removed. I can then take that whiteboard photo. None of those are the right image. Let's just grab this one. Looks a little less bad. Cool. Save image. Whiteboard demo. Hop over to ChatGPT. I am so excited to have this in T3 chat. You guys have no idea. Put the person inside of the whiteboard. People keep forgetting my hair changed. Yeah, there will be a lot of old Theo pictures throughout all of this that we'll have to get used to. While that's generating, let's hang out. Oh shit, did I miss a raid? Thank you so much for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. The birthday raid, too. Thank you guys all for the support. I just gave Nuno a big channel roast that'll hopefully make his YouTube pop as well. Very excited for that. Shit, did I miss a gift bomb, too? I am so sorry for Uni for the gifts. Thank you so much for the support. .versal.app, nice try. Not on my birthday. Oh, God. Not terrifying, exciting. Yeah, it's fun. It adjusted the whiteboard, but it did my goal of putting it in there. It kind of fucked me up in the process. Markiplier Theo can't hurt you. He isn't real. Yeah. Okay. Maybe take that part back a bit. There are still specific, complex enough transformations that it struggles with. What it can do, and I showed this in the previous videos, it can do transparent backgrounds, which has been super helpful. But as we see here, it's not perfect. Still far from perfect. But it's a hell of a lot better than I ever expected it to be. And that's why I wanted to do a second video about a thing, which I never do. I hate doing second follow-up videos so close to the original like this. But I felt like there was nuance and value in the new image gen stuff that I hadn't properly communicated before. And I am genuinely really, really excited about it. And have been using it a ton. And obviously, I just absolutely cannot wait to get this all into T3 chat. So let me know what you guys think. Was this video necessary? Are you more hyped about these tools now, or do you not care? Are you more outraged by my black hair than you are? Are you more interested in my new hair than you are on these? God. Are you more interested in my hair than you are in this AI gen stuff? Just let me know in the comments. I am really, really curious to figure out how to cover these things going forward. Until next time, peace nerds. Cool. I did see the Supabase UI thing. Haven't had a chance to look at it in a meaningful way yet. Thank you for the compliments, Elias. Really appreciate it, genuinely. Thank you guys all. That was interesting, but you still have crippling depression. I am sorry. I did my best. I'll cure your depression with one of my next videos, hopefully. React 19's been out for a while. I need to experience value from MCP before I cover it. I'll be honest, when I hadn't shaved yet, there were a couple times I looked in the mirror, I was like, why do I look so much like Guillermo right now? But as soon as I shaved, I felt like that went away. 90.1 dropped. I did see there was a React update. Oh yeah. Don't care. Okay, use resource didn't make it in for this one. The pre-render stuff's really cool. That does remind me, I wanted to spin up a test repo for the slow server component stuff. Do I V0 it? No, I'm going to actually make this. Who am I kidding? npm create next app at Canary. Do I use Canary or latest? Because a lot of things I want to show will only be in Canary. I'm pretty sure PPR is still only enabled in Canary, not latest. RSCs suck. What was close? Almost using V0, yeah. I mean, it's good. It's just not great. And for these mocks and things, it can be annoying. We have our layout. Let's make the dashboard layout TSX. Oh, it's figuring out what I wanted to do already. New file. First page TSX. Let's make this look like a solid or a good mock-up of an admin dashboard. Sidebar should have links to all or to pages / dashboard / first / dashboard / second and / dashboard / third. Make mock content for the pages as well. I'm going to do this in, not like chord, I'm going to do this in Vivaldi. Not slash chat, what times I spend there. Aha. There we go. Let's see how it looks. Hop over. Oh, it's they didn't have a default page. Let's copy this one. Word. Yeah, cool. Oh, that has to be a client. That's fine. Um, can I just change all this? Aha, there we go. Let's commit this. Push existing repo. This is my favorite thing. How many unnecessary steps this all takes. Public. Cool. And now I can go to Vercel.com. Add new project. Import. Deploy. Git checkout -b. Theo forced slow. Cool. So now what we're going to do is make a new folder named data. And here we're going to do first data.json. Sure. Async function, first page. Cost data equals await fs dot import fs from fs promises. Use the data in first data.json to, or in the first slash page.tsx file. See how it does for that. And RC sock. Oh, it's not going to source slash. I can just move it out of source. Data. What's the shape is expecting? Update the mocked data accordingly in first data.json to match the changes in at first dot slash page tsx. Aha. Nice. Git add p, add mocked data. Make this a PR. Then I'm going to force it to be slow now. That was the plan. That's function or async function wait for. We'll do 400 milliseconds. See how bad that feels. Pretty bad. Perfect. Add forgotten data and slowed page load. Git push, git checkout, Theo loading. Cool. Now for the next fix, add a loading.tsx. Already comically significantly better. Why did that not highlight? What's going on in my editor? Okay, that's fine now. No idea what's up. Anyways. Git status, git add p, git add dash a, git commit loading states, push LG30. And then this one, once it's ready. Do I even need to do the PPR stuff? I'm going to, but I'm going to question if I need to. Just see how fast this works. Oh, it's not being forced dynamic. It's becoming static because of the build process, not calling anything that would need that to be dynamic. That's really annoying. Git checkout Theo forced slow. Export const dynamic force dynamic. Fix dynamic. Git push. I'm happy I did this before filming. It's going to make the video much smoother. Loading. Git rebase. Theo forced slow. Cool. Oh, did you get the Jackson tweet. So that's actually what I wanted for this. Just drop that in there. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting that slow load. Now we're seeing what I needed for this. One done yet? Yep, cool. There we go. Cool. I think I'm ready to film this one. Let's do it. Marker. Got a few from Evan. That's what I'm responding to. If you guys could get the Evan U ones and the Tanner ones, that could be helpful. But I want to get right into it. Oh, I did kind of want to do one on the Claude UI. I feel like it might be too late now. God, it's pouring out right now. Jesus Christ. Anyways. Got the Tanner tweet too. Sneak that in there. Okay, thank you so much, Dogpaw, for all the links. This will be great. No idea what's going on with YouTube chat right now. Jesus Christ. Like it just reconnected and it's streaming it all in. Yeah, this is from ages ago. It's so far behind. Holy shit, the rain. It's literally like a typhoon right now. My mic settings are configured where you can't hear it, but it is like loud, loud. Jesus Christ. I want to look out the window. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to check that. It's literally raining like sideways right now. I can't take a video. I'm not doxing myself. Anyways. I am sure this rain will make it down to LA in no time. Let's see. Next.js is too slow. Or why is next so slow? That's what I'll mark it as. Cool. Let's do it. Intro, I'm thinking just start with the Dax tweet. It's getting to the point where I can just feel that an app is using server components when I use it. Nearly 1 second page navigations. I'm sure it can be improved, but yet to come across an I'm sure it could be improved, but I've yet to come across a server component app in the wild that feels good. It's about to say V0, but I just checked, and I'm not even sure they're using them anymore. Oops. As per always, as per usual, Dax is mostly right, slightly inflammatory, and not showing the whole picture in this particular instance. And I think there's a lot to dive into here. I agree with him that most of the server component apps I have seen have been really, really rough, but I don't agree this is the fault of server components. There are improvements we can make, there are things we can do, but in the end, I think a lot of the responsibility for the slowness of server component apps is to be blamed, or let me take on that bit. I'm going to say something a little controversial on this one. I think the blame for the slow server component sites falls less on the Next team, on Vercel, and certainly less on the React team and the people working on server components directly, and more on people like me. In order for this to work and work well, we need to deeply understand how server components behave and what they mean for us as developers. Because there is no excuse for any website to be as slow as this one is. It almost feels like we've gone back in time to the way pages worked before. I want to break down what makes sites like this so slow, how we got here in the first place, and most importantly, how to use server components correctly so that we can have the fastest possible websites while also matching the great DX that we expect from tools like React and Next.js. Sadly, developer experience doesn't pay the bills. I've learned that lesson enough times, so we're going to do a quick word from today's sponsor right before we dive in. Cool. This video is inspired by a lot of the pushback I'm seeing on server components. Obviously, this and the performance side, that's the most important piece, but also complaints like Michael Jackson from the Remix team saying that server components are nice in theory, but they're not working out. Evan here saying that server components aren't necessarily a problem. They unlock cool patterns, but the overhead is the issue here. And me responding with probably too many words to Dax's post, trying to break down what happened and how we got here. I could just read this to you, and believe me, part of me was tempted to just read this out, considering especially how positive the attention and feedback was to it. But I'd rather go in detail on how we got here and why these apps are so slow. So, how did we get here? I'm going to do a real brief history of the web. If you want a deeper version of this, I have a long video that I think is genuinely super underappreciated. All the ways HTML gets to your browser. Oops, don't mean to play it. I think this is one of my best videos, even if I don't look like that anymore. If you want a deep dive on all of this, check that out. I'm going to do an overview and then focus more on how to do this stuff better. The way the web used to work was pretty simple. We had a square, which obviously is a user. And we had a circle, which is obviously a server. The user sends a request to the server for site.com/index.html. And the server processes that request and sends a response that is, what the hell? Why is that stuck there? Then the server sends a response, which is the HTML content. This is hopefully something we all understand. Once this HTML goes back, it will have link tags in it, which are the primary method of interaction. It might also have forms. And whenever you fill out a form and hit submit, or you click a link, it sends a new request to the server, either requesting new HTML, so site.com/new.html, or it will do a post request to a given URL, usually the one it's on with traditional form data, where it will post to site.com some form data, And then the server gets that data and it again responds with new HTML. This is how all interactions worked. There are some important catches here, though. There is a big delay from when a user clicks on something or does something and when they see a response on the browser, because the server is what controls what's in the browser. Not the browser, not the JavaScript, none of those layers. When you do something in the browser, you have to wait for the server to respond with the updated HTML. The only way the content of your page changed at this time was either you sent something to the server and waited for new HTML, or you used a marquee. So you had text that scrolled around. But that was effectively it. Over time, web apps got more and more interactive, in particular with JavaScript getting more and more popular. We had the weird Flash and Java era. I'm not going to go too deep in those right now. The thing I want to focus on is more app-like behaviors in the browser, which eventually led to what we now affectionately refer to as single-page apps, SPAs. The big difference with SPAs is that the user only requests HTML once. So the user can go to literally any page. So unlike previously where the URL mattered, because I would go to site.com/index or /user info, none of that matters. So literally mentally block out whatever comes after the domain, because it doesn't matter in this case. The reason it doesn't matter is because the server only has one page to send. That's what single page app means. Sends only HTML. This HTML page that is being sent from the server or from a CDN or something else has some things in it that are important. This HTML has a head tag. This head tag has the things that actually matter. The one that we care about is the script. Actual app.js. This is what most React apps roughly look like HTML-wise. There is no actual content in the body. They might have bothered with a real loading state. Most don't, because the thing that matters is this head tag in the JavaScript. This single page is what's served by all the URLs on your site. When a bot crawls your site, or a user goes to a page, or someone types in a URL, all of those things are going to resolve to the exact same tag, to the exact same HTML. Oh shit, what happened here? Okay, well, I'll have to cover that right after. Anyways, thank you for the link. Cool. So the HTML the HTML for the whole site is just this one single file. If you go to any page on Twitch, any page on Excalibur, any page on most React apps, it's the exact same content. This kind of sucks because it means when the user gets back the HTML, they get an empty state. It has to run the JavaScript code. The JavaScript code will then make its own additional requests. I'm going to make one subtle change here, which is instead of calling the server, I'm going to call it CDN. The user will then, after they've loaded that HTML, request app.js or whatever else they need to run the page. The CDN will send that back. And now the user can run all of that. And more importantly, they can start generating the actual page content. So once that has all happened, God, I wish I didn't bind all of these because now it's going to be annoying to stretch this. What the hell happened there? Cool. You get the idea. User requests from a CDN the site. They get back the static HTML file, which has the tag for the JS in it, CSS, and all those other things too. They get back that code, they run it, and now they need to get some data from the API. So we have a separate thing here, which is the actual server. Not the CDN. CDNs are only holding static content. This is the actual server that does the actual work. So the user has to go to, I don't know, /API/some data. And then the server parses their credentials, checks who they are, figures out what they're requesting, and then responds with whatever the hell they were asking for. In this case, probably going to respond with some JSON. Data, you get the idea. Now your app has that data. Now your app can turn that into the React components and eventually the HTML that appears on your page. There's an important question though. What's going on right there? In between this section, once you get the HTML and once the data is being requested and then eventually is being shown to the user. But more importantly, basically from here to here, what is going on? The reason I ask about this section is it's actually a thing single page apps do really well. If your components need to request data, you can do that in the component, which means in that same component, you can render a loading state. That is nice because now when data is loading, the user still sees something on the page and the developer has control of it. It comes at the cost of you can't choose what they see from here to here. You can give them some static HTML, but no one ever bothers. But once the JS is loaded, you have full control of this loading state. And what's even cooler is since every page has the same HTML, most of them have the same JS, and you can prefetch the JS that's page specific if you choose to. Now, when a user clicks on a different page, you don't have to wait for the server to respond because a single page app doesn't do server-side navigation. It does it all on client. When a user clicks on a link in a single page app, it doesn't have to make a request to the server. I almost want to make a quick demo to show this, but you could imagine you have a traditional website that has 3 HTML pages. You open up the network tab, you go from page 1 to page 2, you'll see it going to the server to request that page. If you're doing a single page app, it hijacks the routing and the history in the app. And now what it does instead is when you click a link, it uses the JavaScript from the React bundle to update the HTML instead. No longer do you need to do a server request on every single navigation. That said, most pages are going to need to make API calls. When I go from a tweet on my homepage on Twitter to my profile, data has to be loaded to show my profile correctly. Traditionally, that would be a whole new HTML page being sent, and when you're waiting, you would get a loading state from the browser, if even. The browser's loading states, generally speaking, kind of suck and users don't expect them. We'll come back to that in a bit, don't worry. This is positives and negatives. The cool thing here, which is, again, the important piece I want to emphasize is once this JS here loads, once you have successfully gotten this JavaScript into the client, from that point forward, everything is going to feel immediate, simply because when a user clicks on something, the response happens instantaneously because it's happening on their device. It's not waiting for a server to make that change. In the old model, that wasn't the case. Anything the user did would require a server call. With single-page apps, it doesn't. The server calls will still happen, but they happen after a response on the site. After the new component loads and the loading state appears, then the data request happens. It takes longer. One sec. It takes longer overall for the user to see the right content, but when you feel the page change instantly, it feels faster. And I'm not the only one who thinks this. This is a very well-studied phenomena. If you have a page that takes, or if you have a website that takes 1 second to go from load, like the user requested the page, user clicks link, and then 1 second later, you have the full content. This isn't necessarily bad. If this takes 1 second to do, you're not necessarily building a website that feels awful. I know that because on some of our sites, the time to go from a click to the full content is 3 to 5, or I know this doesn't feel that bad because I've built websites where the time for loading full content is more than 3 seconds. Some are like 5 or 6. But it doesn't feel that bad because I would respond as soon as the user clicks. So within a very, very small number of milliseconds, I'm going to kill that and instead put one here, which is like 13 ms or 0.013s. At this point here, really, really early on, I change the content of the page. Show a loading state. One more important detail of this is wherever the user clicked, you need things to change there as quickly as reasonably possible. When a user clicks on a link, ideally, you should be able to show on the link and the page that something is happening as soon as they click, because otherwise they're not going to be sure. They're going to click it multiple times. They're going to do a lot of other things. I'm not saying throw loading spinners everywhere. I'm saying that the point of interaction needs to change. If you have a sidebar that has a whole bunch of links in it, something like this, you have like link 1, link 2, and link 3. You're on link 1, you've already loaded that page, and you click link 2. If your loading state is just here, it's better than the weird little bar in the browser, but you clicked right there. So you need to show on that the click applied and something is happening. If you don't, it will still feel slow. This is the case on a lot of websites that are built this way. And for better or worse, sad to say, but this is the case for a lot of sites using technologies like Laravel and Rails that aren't taking advantage of single page app behaviors. There are exceptions. In particular, if you're using inertia with Laravel, your site's going to feel great because Laravel with inertia is literally using React or Vue as the runtime on the client side. Laravel has now been relegated to server duty. This is how things like the whole Laravel cloud platform are being built. And the reason they feel so good is because they're using React for its strengths, which is the client-side behaviors. And you can handle all your API stuff in the Laravel side or whatever other language you want to use. That does touch on one other important piece here, which is that there's a clear line here, a division between the client and the server. And instead of the server telling the site what to render and what to show, JavaScript devs can handle all of that themselves. All of the dynamic behaviors, all the interactions, all the everything happens in the JS bundle now, not in the server code, which is allowed for JS devs to kind of lock in on that client side and not leave, which has benefits, but it also has some negatives we're going to get to. Back to this loading thing here, though. Before we had single page apps, you wouldn't have this immediate indication. You might have your site set up in a way where it blank pages immediately when you click the next site, but most didn't. Most browsers would hang on the page you were on as you wait for the next one to load, with no good indication that this transformation or this change is happening. Somebody said that you can use view transitions with help with full page reloads if the page is already loaded, but a view transition doesn't help if the new page isn't there yet. A page transition takes new HTML and old HTML, diffs them, and makes an elegant transform from one state to another. But if you haven't loaded the full content yet, a view transition can't help you at all. The thing that matters here, and it's really important, is that you get the user feedback as quickly as possible. There are some measures of how quick before a user feels like it might be slow. Less than 50 milliseconds feels really fast. Generally speaking, if you can show the user something happening in less than 50 milliseconds, it feels really fast. If it takes more than 150 milliseconds, it feels unresponsive. If you click a button and nothing happens for more than 0.1 second, 1.15 to be accurate, if it takes less than 15% of, or if it takes more than 15% of a second, or retake, if it takes more than like 1/7 of a second to see something happened, our brain just assumes the site isn't responding well. There's a bunch of research that gets these numbers. I don't feel like finding it and citing it. Take my word for it or don't. If you use a website where these things don't happen, you'll understand. And if you use T3 chat and then compare it to our competition, you'll understand even more so. And they're also doing this. They're doing things to get you a response immediately. So when you click a thread, it will immediately show you the thread that So like when you click a thread on the sidebar, it immediately indicates there that you're navigating. Oh shit, that's a fun aside. Your wife's coworker in some random place, the Singapore Department of Education just recommended T3 to chat to her. Woo! I've been saying for a bit, our users aren't devs, and people get mad at me for that. Because like you could only ever get users from your audience. Half our users have no idea who the fuck Theo is, and it's great. Thank you for that anecdote. I really appreciate this, Sleepy Kid, genuinely. As I was saying. Okay. Hopefully I've driven the point home here. Single page apps make it way easier to respond immediately to a user interaction. And when users are interacting more, they're clicking more buttons, they're changing pages more often, they're exploring the site in a different way than how we used to in the past, where we would load a page, stay on it for a while, then click a button and go to the next page. SPAs work differently, and they're meant to feel more like apps, not sites. And that's a big, big difference I don't think people appreciate. The reason apps on the web have gotten so good isn't because servers are fast, it's not because browsers are better. These things all help. The main reason is because single page apps as a paradigm allow for better app-like experiences in the browser. Remember when I said this was going to be a short overview? So much for that part. So where does server components come in with all of this? Server components are very interesting. There was another stage that you're going to have to go to my HTML video if you want to learn more about, which was the idea that a different URL could have different HTML that was just the React code run on the server once to generate a better page as a starting point. Server components go a bit further. I'm going to open this in the background to possibly go to in a bit. Cool. So, with a server component, things are a little more interesting. We have, I'm going to just take this again. I just took the same diagram. This part matters again. The /user info or whatever URL you're going to matters again because it will generate different content. It will check the CDN first to see if there is a cached version of this page, if it's a static page. If there is, it will send static page. Oops. But if the page isn't static and it can't do that, it will then forward it over to the actual server. So this then sends to the server. The server will generate the page, and then that generated page gets sent down to the user. This is a very different paradigm. It's also worth noting that you need a CDN that's smart enough to do this two-step layering, where it uses the cached asset if it can, or it goes to the server if it can't. And if you're just hosting a server component-based Next.js app on Docker, it's going to have much worse performance characteristics than a single-page app, simply because you're not using a CDN. If you're building a single-page app, then when you run your build command, it generates one HTML file and a handful of other assets, and then it dumps all of those into a place where you can access them really quickly, that is static. And then when a user navigates, it hits that. But when they call the API, it'll instead hit their server. If you're using server components without some level of CDN in between the user and the client, or if you're using server components without some type of CDN between the user and your server, you're using server components wrong. You're going to have a bad time. It's going to feel slow as shit, especially compared to a single page app. That's just first page load though. Where things get frustrating is when you start navigating. So if I go to /user info and then I change my mind, or I click a link and I want to go to /dashboard, when I make that navigation, it now checks the CDN, see if that content exists. If it does, it sends it down. If it doesn't, again, round trip to the server before sending it to the user. That means you're no longer getting those instant navigations, right? This is where the nuance comes in. Kind of. I think React devs got too used to the ability to just fetch data in a component, not show a loading state. Or I think React devs got a little too used to waiting for some data, showing a loading state while it's loading, and showing the result when it's done. And that pattern did work great for most of the apps that we built. It also means that everything that happens from here onwards kind of doesn't exist in the React developer's brain. This is a frustration I've had for a while. It feels like web devs don't understand servers. Not necessarily as a generalization where like every web dev doesn't get it, but like my history is backend. And this is when I really feel like I'm not a traditional front-end dev as much as you guys stereotype me as one, because I very deeply understand this and have had to go as far as like explaining what cold starts are to Dan Abramov before, because not everyone gets it. And that's fine until you need to write code that runs on servers. And here's where the problems come in. I built us a mock app to try and showcase where things fall apart. This demo app is a dashboard. I'm going to open up the network tab so you guys can see what happens as we navigate around. I am going to click second page right now, and it loads almost immediately with no network requests. I'm going to click third page, and same deal, no network requests. Now I'm going to click first page. That took 576 milliseconds. It took way too long to respond. And if I go back, because Shane found the response time limit study, 0.1 seconds is where the barrier for feeling instant is 0.1 seconds. 1 second is above the limit for a user's flow of thought. So if it takes more than a second, then you've stopped thinking about the thing you're doing and your brain is starting to wander. 10 seconds, you lose their attention entirely. So ideally, you respond as close to 0.1 seconds or less as possible so that it feels instant. So there is nothing you have to do to handle the user behavior. If it takes longer, up to a second, then you need to be real careful to not lose the user's attention. And if it takes over 10 seconds, you're kind of fucked. So as we just saw on that page load, it took 600 milliseconds. It's not quite over the 1 second limit, but it's enough that it feels way slower. Because I click here, nothing. I click here, nothing. I click here, wait, then it shows. It sucks. Let's look at the code that causes this. I made a simple mock app here. We have the dashboard layout, has use path name, different links. Each of those links shows underline if you're on a certain page, or this outline there when you go to one. Not bad overall. But that loading time there, like watch, I'm clicking, moving the mouse, and it looks like nothing happened. It feels really bad. The reason that component is so slow, to be fair, is because I put a wait for 400 milliseconds there. I intentionally slowed it down because I'm fetching data from this like JSON blob locally. So it's going to be fast, but I wanted to make it feel slow because real API calls, real servers, real round trips, real distances between the user and the server, all of these things will make it actually close to 400 milliseconds. I've had services where the database calls can take multiple seconds, especially once the databases get big enough, things can get chaotic. People get really mad at me when I say database requests can take a second, and that's fine. It just kind of says they don't use real data. Anyways, the point here is that this one particular page takes 500 plus milliseconds to load and show to the user. The app structure here is pretty simple. We have the layout, which is the wrapper for the main dashboard page, as well as first, second, and third. These components aren't asynchronous, they're synchronous. And they don't have any data fetching, and these components don't have any data fetching, nor do they have the dynamic flag at the top. I had to tell Next.js to force this page to be dynamic because by default, nothing was using cookies and nothing seemed user specific. So it had no reason to make this page dynamic. It would just build it at build time and serve it from the CDN. So if you're able to do that, if you can have pages like these two that don't have user-specific content, they don't need an auth wall, they don't need any of those things, you can just have it build out as static pages, and it's not even going to request them. When I click these are all content that was loaded in the JS bundle that now is there and ready to go when you click the links. That's really cool, in my opinion. The fact that once the page is loaded, once this whole site is loaded and the JS is there too, most of the pages aren't going to need extra work to get to. They don't need a network request. They don't need to do anything. They're static. Next.js knows that, and Next.js will load those pages immediately the way we expect with single-page apps, because RSCs are a true hybrid. It's SPAs when they can be, and MPAs when they should be. So how do we fix this awful loading time? I'm going to show you a build where I already fixed it. And then I'm going to show you how I did it. Watch what happens here when I click first page. I'm clicking it now. Oh, that was immediate. Why is that? That shouldn't have been immediate. We'll refresh and try again. Clicking now. Huh. It showed me something instantaneously that time. If we clear this and you watch the network tab, I'm clicking now. The moment I click, we get that loading state. It wasn't a good loading state, but it was one. And that meant that most importantly, this sidebar where I click, as soon as I click, second page isn't highlighted anymore and first page is. That's a huge win for the expectation a user has when they navigate, that when they click, things happen immediately. But that was a server component. That was doing a bunch of complex server-side logic. The loading state must be complex too then, right? Because I'm not checking on the server and sending something down different when I'm loading. I'm not even doing prefetching here or any of those other hacks. So what's going on? Why is this so much better already? Well, I made one small, simple change. All I changed is I added this one file, loading TSX. This is in Next.js, this is the easiest way to add a loading state. There are other ways. I could, in my layout, wrap a suspense tag around the children so that they don't have to be rendered before that content loads. But the loading TSX is the easiest way. What loading TSX does, or in order to understand how loading TSX works, you need to understand a bit about the next rendering hierarchy. If I have a page like /dashboard/first, Next.js has to resolve this in a couple layers. First, we have the root layout, which is an app/layout TSX. That file is the one that has your metadata, usually for your main homepage on your site. It has your HTML tag, your body tag, any providers you might be wrapping your app with. All that goes here. This is the entry point for your app using app router and server components with Next.js. So we start there. Then we need to load the first layer. In this case, we're not loading page TSX because we're going to dashboard. So as we go through each of these steps, because our goal is to get to a specific file. The file that we want to get to, the one that matters, is app/dashboard/first/page.tsx. This is the one that has the actual content. But as we start from slash and go all the way to first, we're collecting things on the way. If we had an app/loading TSX, we would collect that at that point, but we don't. So what we do end up collecting is app/dashboard/layout TSX, then app/dashboard/loading TSX. What's happening here is as we go through the UI and as these components get mounted, this mounts as the wrapper. So this whole section is app/layout TSX. Since that doesn't render any real content, the next layer is basically identical. I wish I had an easy way to indicate that here. Make it slightly smaller, but know that this layer is still the same content HTML wise. It's just a tag inside, but what you see as the user, it's identical. I almost want to sketch this out as HTML, actually. That might be easier. Cool. So this section here, can I change how the text alignment is in that? No, that's fine. Cool. So the app layout covers all of this. Within here, we have that body tag. And the body tag's first resolution. Oh, come on, why did it do that? This is going to have the sidebar. And it's going to have the first page content. So with this HTML, the whole section here within body, retake on that, cool. This section here, the content of body, is going to be wrapped with the next layout. And then this first page piece in there is one of the components being passed as a child. What matters about this is, as we go down the tree, we're looking to see what is or isn't static. And we're doing this during build. So at build time, we know that app dashboard first exists. So we're going down the path to get there and seeing what we hit along the way. What we notice when we hit first page specifically is that first page is async. Since we hit this async layer, the next thing that since we hit this async component, this thing that is dynamic, I shouldn't even say async because we're not at dynamic IO yet. This is dynamic. Since this component is dynamic, since this element requires something that is unique to this request, we can't generate this whole page statically. So what we then do is we climb up looking for a wrapper of some form. If I was to make this not HTML and make it the actual names of the components, it might be a little easier to understand. App/layout is this root wrapper there. App layout has all of this stuff. I'm sorry, I named that wrong. That's fine. No one will notice. In body, we have app/dashboard/layout. And then we have inside of the app dashboard layout component, the sidebar, because as we saw in here, that's what I mounted. I have div, class name, whatever, sidebar, and then this main element that has the actual content. We could even show that here. I then have main, and this is where children renders. So what happens if children has to do more stuff? Well, we'll go down the tree. App layout, static, cool. HTML, static, cool. Head, static, cool. Body, static, cool. App dashboard layout, static, cool. Sidebar, static, cool. Main, static, awesome. Children. Oh, children's dynamic. Shit. We need to find a way to render this page if we can. So the next step is we go up the chain looking for a barrier or a stop gap at some point that tells the build step, this can be static. So if we go back here, when I made this loading TSX, what this loading TSX does is it introduces one additional barrier. It introduces here app/dashboard/loading TSX. Now, when we are loading the dashboard right here, we can fall back to whatever's going on there. If you're familiar with suspense, you could effectively also put a suspense tag here to do the same thing. The point I am trying to make as I draw all of this out is that as you go down the tree, once you hit something that requires data from the server that's unique to the user's request, this whole tree can't be sent until all of it is generated. But if you put things like loading states above the dynamic content, or you wrap things in suspense, now we can build a version of this page. We can have a static HTML version of this page that doesn't include the children. It just puts the loading state in. And now when a user makes a request to go to the page, when they click the button, we can immediately show them that built, bundled, static version that is the loading state as we wait for the server to generate and send down the content to fill in to replace that loading state with. The reason that this matters is that, the reason that people are doing this wrong is that it's very different from how we did before. Previously, when we wrote a component, it was pretty simple. Function, sum component, const data equals use query, get data function. We'll even just say fetch /API/data. I'll make this right. Data is loading. If is loading. Return div loading. Otherwise, return div data.username div. Cool. Hopefully this helps you guys understand, or retake on that bit. Cool. Here's a real traditional, basic, boring React component that we've all hopefully written something like before. In here, we have data, it is loading. We request the data. We check if it's loading still. If it is, we return the loading state, and if it's not, we return the data. This is great, simple, awesome. Also only works on client side. The problem here is the data loading is now done entirely differently because we're doing it on a server-side async component. I can't go into first here and do something like, I don't know, instead of awaiting here, I can't return something different while this is going on and then return the rest later because functions don't work that way. React works that way, but functions don't. And once you're calling async functions, you can't send a response down and then send another one later. And that certainly won't work at the build step either because we need to know what HTML each page points to. The only reason this model works for React as a single page app and as React that we know today is that all of this code, every single line of it, all of the functionality, all of the everything lives on the client. This code runs on the server. I'm hitting file system. So it doesn't even matter if theoretically I could return something different early and something else later, simply because this code can't run on the client. So the client won't know what to do with any of those different states as they happen. Thankfully, the React team accounted for this, as did the Next team. The React team accounted for this by giving us the really nice suspense wrapper, where I can put suspense here, put a fallback state, make sure we're importing suspense. I'll write a custom fallback, div, loading div, cool. And now I should theoretically be able to delete loading TSX. And if my understanding of all of this is correct, this should be the exact same behavior. /chat/dashboard. That's annoying. I think I know why that is the case, but that is annoying. Yep. Cool. Well, cut when I say this should work that way, because, yeah. How I want to word this transition. Cool. Cut to when I moved here. As a quick demo, I just replaced the loading TSX with this suspense fallback instead. There's a reason for this. When I go back to my page here and I refresh, you'll see we get the loading state and then we get the dashboard. If I go bump up the amount of time it takes, it'll be even easier to see. I'll make it 4 seconds instead of 400 milliseconds. Oops, retake on that. We're there. Cool. So refresh. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. When I refresh again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. There is a catch though. I'm going to click on first page again. That's taking a while again. The reason is that the Next.js build step, the compiler that actually generates the pages that each of these things goes to in the JS that can navigate for you, isn't smart enough to know that that suspense tag we have here means it can generate up to this point as a static page. Next isn't smart enough to make a static page for this that is then bundled correctly. And that's why they introduced 2 patterns to solve this. The first one is partial pre-rendering, where it will go all the way down until it hits a suspense tag and then generate that as HTML. The other is a really cool new behavior called The other is one that I'm really excited about, dynamic IO. These are not ready yet, so make sure you understand as I show these that they are very, very new. Server actions are not anymore. But if we hop in here, PPR true for partial pre-rendering and dynamic IO true for these new IO behaviors. I also have to go hop in here and delete this force dynamic. The thing that makes dynamic IO cool is it's smart enough to look for the first async boundary and then treat that as dynamic. It literally stands for dynamic IO literally means on IO, which is asynchronous work, things that hit file system, databases, network, stuff like that. At that point, opt into a better build step and loading pattern. So with that all on, if my understanding is correct, I'm going to restart the dev server to be sure. Reload. We get the loading state. Second page. First page. Huh. So really not smart enough to do that? That's annoying. I really thought that would be smart enough to handle this case. I guess it is not. If I build it, will it be? Loading dynamic IO. And if anybody at GitHub is watching this, I will do whatever I must to get you guys to change links that aren't to GitHub to be target blank. I should not click on a link and have it update and override the tab I am in. Clicking a link should open a new tab. This behavior has never once made sense. It never will make sense. Fucking fix it. Oh, I need to spell that right. Looks like you are correct, chatter. Sermon, this is almost certainly correct. Thank you for that call out. Yeah, cool. I just built this with the suspense and dynamic IO turned on to be sure. And sadly enough, now when I click first, still has the same problem. The reason for this is because layout doesn't rerun on client. This has to be run on server the first time. So when we're going down the path, this has to hit the server to run again because it knows that specific route is dynamic. So we need a way to tell it when that changes, and you can't do that in layout TSX. So let's move this suspense a little bit. Change this from the default async function to just be async function first page content. At the bottom here, export default function first page. Wrap that with a suspense. And now that we move the suspense there, theoretically, there we go. Now we get those immediate behaviors. So the gotcha that I just hit, and I'll be honest, I wasn't sure if I would hit this or not. Part of why this is also confusing is if you're doing something asynchronous that requires data or is checking a user's information at any point during your render process, ideally you show next a clear path on how to get there statically. Since I moved that suspense here, the component first page, which is what gets thrown into layout TSX, that is static. So at build time, we can identify that this route is static up until the page loads this component, because then its child, first page content, that is now dynamic. And that will be fed in when it's ready. And the build step, the static HTML and JS that's generated for this route, will go up to here and will include this loading state instead. But as I was trying to hint at earlier, you don't have to do that. Because all you have to do to get this behavior is add that loading TSX file. I don't know why my editor keeps doing that. Loading TSX. And now in here, if I export default loading, I don't have to worry about anything anywhere else. I just export that and I'm good to go. Man, that's there, yeah. Since this is exported here, it automatically is inserted inside of the layout as the loading state wrapper. You shouldn't be doing dynamic stuff in layout if you don't have to, and you certainly shouldn't be doing loading data patterns in it if you can at all avoid it. This change, or the existence of loading TSX, helps you shortcut all of this. And as silly as it might seem, we go back to the demo Dax had here. This absolutely could have been solved simply by adding a loading TSX file wherever the layout that shows these are. And it's annoying that you have to know that, but you also had to know that on the client side too. You had to know that when you get data, it has this loading state, and you have to return something for it there. The difference here is simply that we get type safety with all of these. So if you try to access data before you verified it exists, you get an error. So now we have to return the right thing before we can use that data. That's awesome. It's a really cool feature of TypeScript, and it's a big part of why I love it so much. There isn't really a similar way to do that type of type safety with these server-to-client interactions. There is no way for us to use TypeScript to check and say, oh, the component you just mounted is dynamic. Make sure there's a loading state somewhere above it so that we don't block the URL and we don't block the page. What I've considered doing is building a plugin for the next build step or lint step of some form that checks the outputs and makes sure that none of the routes that are built can't do these things. And thankfully, Vercel's given us relatively good tools for checking these. If I hop over to my inspector here, we can see what was built. And most importantly, we can see at the bottom here, this page is not dynamic. And most importantly, at the bottom here, you can see what type of page each route routes to. The empty circle means static. So all of these pages are fully static routes. But then we have dashboard first, which is dynamic. They also have a cool partial pre-rendering indicator if you have that set up properly, where it'll be a half circle. We're not using PPR here. My ideal world would be one where all of this shows, or my ideal world would be one where when you have this and it's not on /API, you get an error of some form so the team can take a look and make sure that this should indeed be a function and not something static. Not put that in there. That's annoying. Yeah. You can also see here that each page gets its own JS, and we have this loading JS too. These all being embedded mean they're all on client, so when you click something, it can render the right content accordingly. It's really nice having this output and seeing what is being generated. It would be much nicer if I could clearly indicate here that this does have a default state that it falls back to in the interim. I know that the Vercel plan is to handle all of this with partial pre-rendering and all the benefits there. And I bet if we hop over to the build for that version, did I push that code up? I don't think I did. No. Yes. Sure. Let's add all of it. I'm just going to pnpm run build locally to see the output here. Cool. And now we can see clearly here with the dashboard first that it's partial pre-rendered, which, as they say, means it has static HTML with dynamic server streamed content. So the user on navigation can immediately see the static content and then also kick off the stream for whatever parts are unique to that page and that user. It's so nice. And I am very excited for this to become the default in Next.js. PPR was announced 2 years ago, roughly, and it's not quite ready yet. They still hesitate, or when I talk to Vercel, they're still hesitant to tell me to recommend it and even hesitant to tell me to use it. But in a near, soon coming future, this will be what we want to do on all dynamic routes so that they all have some static HTML that they can immediately load and then bring in the dynamic part when it's ready. And this all results in our ultimate goal, which is user clicks link, immediately has something happen, and then when the output is ready, it shows it when it's ready. To go back to my long post here, there are important considerations to make. And I don't think modern web devs are equipped to have these considerations because the intricate relationship between the server and the client is something that most people don't understand. Both the client-side people and the server-side people. I saw both making fools of themselves throughout this. The client-side people saying it was so much better when it was the client-side people saying it was so much better when it was a single-page app. You're making everything harder for no reason and slower too. And the server-side people saying, just send HTML. Why would you send all these other things instead? Both sides are wrong here because client-side navigation is objectively better. It makes it way easier to hit these latency expectations that users have. It makes your apps feel significantly better. But on the other side, if you're doing 15 plus requests per navigation, you're now authing the user 15 times every time they click a button. It makes the backend characteristics much harder to get right and the performance expectations much harder to land. It makes the load to the complete page way slower. It's funny how a page taking 2 seconds to load is fine if you see something immediately, but a page taking 600 milliseconds sucks if you don't see an interaction immediately. Single page apps let you get that 4-second load time, but also that immediate response. Server-side rendering lets you get the server-side rendering lets you get the optimal time to complete page at the cost of that loading state. RSCs are this magical in-between where you have the traditional client behavior and you have the server loading all of the dynamic stuff together as one. Somebody asks, is this at all related to SWR? Not in the slightest. There aren't really terms or libraries that map to this new way of doing things, and the patterns that we're used to in the past as like client-side optimizations, not relevant here, sadly. So, to summarize, the world before RSCs looked something like this. If we have left to right, we'll say it takes 3 seconds to load this page. The old way of doing things, the traditional server app, we'll say traditional MPA. The traditional MPA, which is traditional server, assuming that the user is clicking on a link here. The traditional MPA, come on. Go there. Yeah. The traditional MPA isn't going to show anything until you get to the end of the load. But it can do that load really fast because it only has to request the data once. It only has to auth you as a user once. It doesn't have to wait for a component to load before loading the next data. It can just load everything at once. So page loaded. We'll say the page loaded completely. Assuming they made it like optimal data queries, they fetched everything with a single SQL call. Say it took 0.7 seconds. If we take a traditional single page app, it will probably take a hell of a lot longer to actually load the content. And we can't say page loaded anymore because the page is always loaded. You're not loading a new page. So we'll say content fully loaded. The content fully loaded might take a lot longer. It might take 2.5 seconds. especially if you have a component render and then it mounts a component that then has to go get additional data, then it mounts a component that's going to go get additional data. You get all of these waterfalls back and forth. Oh, I didn't see Lerob was in the chat. Did I miss anything important? Let me know, guys. Anyways, the difference with a traditional single page app is when the user clicks, you can immediately do something different, as I've been saying this whole time. So first response, I'm going to move these to be like that. Yeah. The first response will happen significantly faster, like literally 0.05 seconds. So the user will see something way earlier. The page will finish way later. This still feels better than this does. As crazy as that might sound, I didn't believe it either, but I've seen it. I have built a lot of apps in all of these ways. Most users will perceive this site as faster. I know that because that is what happened with Ping. The Ping GG site is not fast. You saw how long it took for all that to pop in. If I hop over to my actual Ping dashboard and I'm signed in here, I'm going to click dashboard, my face covering it. I'm going to click the dashboard button now. Instantly get a response, and then the rest has to flow in. There were points where our infra wasn't in a great state, and that next state, it would stay in that loading spinner for like 2+ seconds. That's not the case anymore because we optimized it, but it didn't matter because when you clicked a link, it would immediately go to the thing. If I click join room, immediately get a loading state. If I go back, we immediately go back to where we were because that's all cached. If I hit options, immediately loads the next page. Even if it shows that loading state, it doesn't matter because when I clicked, something happened instantaneously. That expectation is key. Oh, good context from Lee here. Part of the reason that partial pre-rendering isn't stable yet is some of the warts that I just stumbled onto in the video. They want to get the model right with use cache and dynamic I/O before you can have a good time with partial pre-rendering. It's then a switch that you'll flip for faster initial time to first byte. Mostly agree. The piece that I think is more important than TTFB is immediate navigations. I want not just when a user types in the URL and hits enter to have that show something as quick as possible. What I really want is when they click a link once the site's loaded, that they don't have to wait before seeing something change. And right now, the loading TSX file helps a ton with this, but not quite enough if you don't know how to apply it properly. I really want a world where every click has that SPA magic of instantly showing you the next page in some state, even if it's entirely empty. But I want a reaction to my click immediately, then the data when it's ready. So let's go back to my diagram to finish that up quick. Yeah, the traditional SPA. Now I'm going to do something controversial. SPA dev building RSCs. So you take a single page app dev that is just not familiar with server load patterns or the nature of how RSCs work here. It'll be faster because if you took the exact same code with those nested components, doing the waterfalls on the server will be a hell of a lot faster than doing it on the client. It might even be like half as slow. We'll say that. It's possibly more, possibly less. We'll say half as bad. 1.2 seconds. This still sucks. This still is a really unpleasant experience. You get much closer to the traditional multi-page apps performance, and honestly, if you built these exactly the same, it would be identical. However, you also have the same problem that traditional MPAs have, which is that you don't get a response when you click. And that's, to go back to Dax's post, why this site felt slow. If you built this demo with traditional technologies like Laravel or Rails without any client-side JS, it would feel pretty much exactly as slow as this does, plus the cold start hits and potentially JavaScript being slower, but in the end, it's all data fetching. It won't matter. The point here is that this feels slow because each page navigation, each click requires the server to respond with some content. This is also why HTMX doesn't solve the problem. As much as I love HTMX, it doesn't solve this. But there is a win here. There is a way. And the way, it's what happens when a backend dev gets RSCs. When somebody actually understands these RSC patterns, or maybe they watch my videos and learn about it that way, or they've been paying attention to all the Vercel changelogs and release notes and all of that stuff, it is harder to get here than it should be. But once you are, you end up here with the best of all worlds. You get a first response just as quick as you do in a single page app, and you get a full content response roughly as quick, if not just as quick as you would in a traditional MPA. These two terms are usually TTFB, which is time to first byte, and FCP, which is full content paint. The problem with MPAs and single page, or the problem with MPAs, as well as RSCs if you do them wrong, is it makes TTFB the same as FCP. If time to first byte is the same as first contentful paint, then you end up with that awful loading window up until then. If I come in here and paint these, I think it might be a little easier to understand. Let's do that. Cool. I'm going to draw these in with two different colors. Red is for the bad loading state, which is the user is relying on the browser's loading to see that anything is happening. And with a traditional MPA, you get that state up until the page is loaded. I'm going to bring back the label. With a traditional SPA, this loading state gets resolved almost immediately, and now you, the developer, can have a nicer loading state. We'll make it yellow. I was going to make it green, but I'm scared people will make that think it's good. It's still not good to be loading for this much time, but it's a hell of a lot less bad than being in the terrible browser state where it doesn't feel like anything happened. Problem here is this. And this is what Dax experienced. This is why it felt so bad. He was in the bad loading state the entire time until the response came through. But the magic here, and the magic, in my opinion, the goal is get this red bar as close to 0 as possible and get the yellow bar to be as short as reasonable. In an ideal world, there would be no red bars and short yellow bars. And the option here that has the shortest red bar without massively increasing the yellow bar is definitely server components done right. If we took all of this and flipped it, you'll hopefully see what I mean. Cool. Ta-da. Cool. This is a chart of total load time. And when people say that we screwed up going to the client, or when people say we screwed up moving all this JavaScript to the client, this is what they mean. The lowest number here by far is the multi-page app. It is the one that can load the content to the user the fastest, because the request comes in, it immediately gets resolved with a specific page's content, and the user sees it when it's ready. But they get nothing until it's done. This line here is meant to represent. This line here is a good response time for when the user clicks, and the MPA doesn't hit it, and the server components without good loading behaviors also doesn't hit it. If single page, or if RSCs are done right, it should get the best part of a single page app, as well as most of the performance characteristics we expect from multi-page apps without the negatives. It's kind of going for a best of both, and in my opinion, it does a very good job at it, as long as you know the quirks and gotchas. So when you await that promise on the client, doesn't that block the whole page, Ben? I'm curious. I'll have to have you show me that later. I'm very interested. Yeah, I have to look at that. I'm very curious what happens when you hit that await. We'll do that later. Cool. Yeah. Cool. This is the easiest way I could summarize all of this, is this chart. The goal of RSCs is to handle a lot of the bad data loading pattern. The goal of RSCs is to take all these bad data loading patterns we use in single page apps and squash them into a much faster server-side on-request data load. And it does a great job at it if you know how to use them and you take advantage of tools like the loading file, like suspense, and use them all properly and carefully. But if you don't use those things, you end up with a slightly worse version of what we're used to in the old multi-page app era. So you got to be careful when you use these things. Make sure you're putting loading places, or make sure you're putting loading states in all the places they make sense. It's really, really nice behaviors and characteristics overall. I had one other thing I wanted to point out. The colors are too similar. Blue it is. There you go. I wanted to find God, I really hated this post. No one cares about quality. Everyone cares about worthless principles. No, we absolutely care about the quality. That's the whole point, is that we can do better loading with this. I'm explaining the characteristics of the performance. This is like what within the stupidest posts somebody has ever dunked me with that got any attention at all. He says literally fucking nothing here. It's so many. I don't know if you are mad at me for saying too many words in mine when he just says for 18 paragraphs, like all of these words mean nothing and nobody cares about the actual quality anymore when I'm the only fucking person shipping a fast app. It's obnoxious. Don't include this in the video phase. I just want to bitch out whoever you know what? I'm doing it. This guy's pissed me off enough. You can fuck off. Anyways, it's not a proper server component video if I don't talk about HTMX for a bit. So this is one last tangent, because I did mention HTMX in my post. What HTMX had to say is, most clicks on a web page do need to make at least one round trip to the server. I agree. When you navigate to a page, it will likely need some data that is from the server. The only thing I disagree with is this part. Is it really better UX to replace the browser's reliable, informative, batteries-included loading bar with a spinner, assuming the dev even bothered to? Yes, it absolutely is. It is significantly better. And it sucks that this is the case, but the browser loading behaviors are shit. They are garbage. They are really genuinely bad. No one understands when the browser is loading something, they hit the button 4 times instead is what ends up happening. There's a reason that we track rage clicks in so many performance tools, and there's a reason that rage clicks are one of the most important things we track on our apps through our analytics tools and our error management tools. If the page doesn't show you in a upfront, apparent way that the button has been clicked and an action is happening, that's important to understand. If the browser doesn't show you on click that something is happening, right where it happened, the locality of the response is important. If it's a bar at the top of the page, it doesn't matter. If it's a loading status at the bottom of the page in the bottom left corner, it doesn't matter. And it's sad that I am the only one who's like in between here, because as you guys know, HTMX was built by and for backend people, and it is so correct most of the time. And this is why I am regularly stuck in the middle, is I have to explain to front-end people why HTMX is good, but now I have to explain to the back-end people why the browser sucks. I'm stuck in these two places where I have to explain to React devs that not everything should be JSON, and I have to explain to HTMX devs client-side JavaScript for loading states is actually a beneficial thing. It's a good thing to not wait for the browser to decide what it will show you and when, to actually control that state. It makes things feel faster when you click and you immediately are somewhere else. Even if the page is empty, if I own the loading state, it does feel better. Do I want to go to the next level here? Do I want to make 3 versions of this site? One that is single page, or 2 versions, I guess. One that's single page app, but has to load data from the server, and one that is traditional MPA, so you can see the performance differences between them and like play with them. You know what? I'm going to say I did. And if I didn't, we'll just cut this part out of the video. Because I am sensitive to ratios, or because I'm sensitive to being ratioed when I'm right, I'm going to present a challenge to y'all. Take a look in the description. There's going to be a link to 2 versions of the same site. One is going to use browser loading states. One is going to not use the browser loading states. Just to throw it, or just to make it a little spicier, I'll make the version using not browser loading states 200 milliseconds slower. So I'm going to give you a version that is a single page app that is objectively slower, and a version that isn't. Let me know in the comments which one you think feels faster. I have a feeling you guys will agree, and I'm going to link my tweet here. And I would love for you guys to go reply here. I tried Theo's demo, and he was right. If it turns out I'm wrong, that's fine too. Call me out for it. But having studied browsers for a decade and a half, I think I know what users expect now. Having read multiple papers about how people expect navigation and interactions to work, I think I know a little bit more than somebody whose life is spent on the server. And this is not me being upset with HTMX. They have done an incredible service showing millions of devs the value of servers sending HTML instead of just JavaScript, and partial payloads allowing for better experiences with partial updates. We need to stop pretending the browser is good. Browsers are incredible, but they're also terrible, and the user experience built into the browser by default is not a good one. We should stop pretending it is, because we will end up with many more slow sites, and it is this exact mindset that results in the problem that I was quote tweeting in the first place. If you think this way, all you're going to end up doing is building more terrible feeling sites like the one that started this video in the first place. We need to make things that feel good. I'm wrong about knowing what users want? No. Users want things to feel responsive. That's not like I know what users want and I'm pretending. No, that's reality. This is studied. This is research. Okay, never mind. You can cut this part, phase. I'm going to get more and more annoyed if I keep thinking about this too much. So we're going to wrap up. Cool. Hopefully this was a useful deep dive onto the performance characteristics of different ways of rendering, and maybe, just maybe, a useful way to think about server components. Let me know what you guys think. Are RSCs way overrated, or is this... Let me know what you guys think. Are RSCs way overrated, or is all this drama being a bit overblown? Let me know in the comments. And until next time, keep rendering. Cool. Marker, end of RSC's rant. I care, because I want a better web. I don't want devs who have alternative motives and goals to make the internet a worse web. Thank you, Lee Rob. I'm very excited for App Router to get to a point where stuff like T3 chat would be reasonable to build in it. But the reality with T3 chat is we're just doing no server-side data loading unless we absolutely have to. So I don't know if App Router would make sense for it at any point, honestly. Funny enough, like we were exploring a port to Tanstack Router and Tanstack Start with Tanner. And his conclusion was that he needs to go and add a bunch of single-page app features to Tanstack Start before it would make sense for us. So, yeah. I have no beef with LiveView. I fucking love LiveView. It's just, not relevant enough to fit into this conversation. Trying to make the entire internet better is one behemoth of a goal, or behemoth of a goal. Actively preventing it from getting worse isn't quite as big of a goal. And if I can use my platform to jump in front of bad information to keep people from falling for it, I'm going to do it. I don't want people to think my site's too slow with server components, so I'm going to move to HTMX. It's going to be just as fucking slow. The performance problems in server components also exist in HTMX. The difference is, since server components uses React, you can get out of them. You can't with HTMX. They gave the example of, I think it's HTMX Boost or something, which kind of lets you do it, but it's a whole different path for how to build with HTMX, and HTMX team doesn't even like it. Yeah. Anyone who thinks that browser loading bars are better has never used a web app that takes 10 plus seconds to respond. I'm going to take one look at your chat history and decide what's going to happen to your account. Okay, you haven't been an asshole consistently, so I'll let you stay. It's unbelievable that you would have this take if you've watched as much of my content when I regularly make content about how I'm wrong. Like, all of the time. It's just kind of insane to me that you would think that. Yeah, on my birthday, god damn it. Anyways, let me thank all the subs that I missed while I was doing all that. I'm in the wrong browser. Switch back over to the good browser. I missed a bunch of you. Okay, I think I got up to Skullface. If not, thank you so much. Ryan for the Prime as well. Cassie here with the Prime too. Dector with the Prime, thank you so much. Maximilian 1995 with the 8 months. 51 Grims 2 months in. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Heritsu for the Prime. Yordis with the 18 months of tier 3. Yeah, the evil twin is here. Voxel here with the 9 months. TXJ with the Prime. Sade with the gift sub and the resub. Thank you for that. Grun's here saying happy birthday. Oh, I forgot I had a sub goal. Thank you guys for helping us get there. Lachlan here with the Prime. Laura's camera with the gift. Drunk Snail with the Prime. Nate Codes with a 25 months straight, 32 total. Andre with the Prime. Nick Oates with the Prime. Marquez with the 7 months. And WY Warren with the tier 1. Thank you all for the support. It's funny. Somebody was talking about my nobody on Twitter a few days ago, and I almost made a post of my new look then to be like, oh, this is the nobody Theo, or like anti-Theo, heartless Theo. Use client-side components where you need client-side behaviors. Use server-side components when you don't need client-side behaviors. Use loading barriers when the server-side components need to load data. It's really that simple. Yep, this is a very good way of putting it, Imperial. People respond to the soup being too salty, saying, let's change the pot, not how we're making the soup. Yep. And thank you, Warren, for stopping by, saying hi in chat and the sub. I really appreciate that. I missed fan fundings here. I've not. Cool. I'm actually doing a good job keeping on top of things for once. Oh, I go insane doing parallel routes. I've given up on at this point. Every time I do it, I hit like 5 edge cases that make no sense at all. Cool. to do make static versus dynamic demo. Remove that part from vid if not done in time. Cool. Well, someone dropped the OpenAI funding thing. Looks like we got more OpenAI videos. This will be fun. These samples. Want to do /nd/nd/id, where you click on a list and the first one will render a sheet. I need more details of what you mean here. Possible I can do that though. Marker, OpenAI funding, chaos. So what's funny here, Sam, is I know way more backend devs that don't give a fuck about human interaction stuff. Anyways. This will be the last one for today, probably. Cool. OpenAI just achieved AGI. Well, not quite, but they got the next best thing. $40 billion of money raised against a $300 billion valuation. While it's not AGI, it's still... While it's not AGI, they claim it's going to help them significantly with getting there, and there's a lot to talk about here. From the history of how OpenAI got where they are to what it means to raise money like this, what does this $300 billion even mean, and what's the long-term impact of a company like OpenAI having the largest private tech deal in known history. There's a lot to think about here, and a couple pieces that I haven't seen anyone else cover, and I'm really excited to break down what this means for the future of AI. I'm really excited to break down what this means for the future of AI, startups, and how the whole fundraising thing works for those who don't know it. But first, since I don't have $300 billion, but since I don't have a $40 billion, but since I didn't just raise $40 billion, someone's got to pay my bills. So quick word from today's sponsor, and I'll get right back to it. Okay. So before we dive too deep, let's read their post about this, and then I will dive in. Today, we're announcing new funding. $40 billion at a $300 billion post-money valuation, which enables us to push the frontiers of AI research even further, scale our compute infrastructure, and deliver increasingly powerful tools for the 500 million people who use ChatGPT every week. We're excited to be working in partnership with SoftBank Group. Few companies understand how to scale transformative technology like they do. Their support will help us continue building AI systems that drive scientific discovery, enable personalized education, enhance human creativity, and pave the way towards AGI that benefits all of humanity. Very interesting. SoftBank tends to come in super, super late, and as always, they're coming in late as hell on this one. $40 billion is a ton of money. 30 billion of it was from SoftBank, and 10 bill was a syndicate of additional investors. Other people, companies, firms, etc., all investing in. So let's talk a bit about what this all means. So, of course, a bunch of loud motorcycles. 1 second. how do I want to diagram this? If anybody has diagrammed this before so I can copy it. Fine. I want to see how others explain pre versus post. Just to make sure I cover this in a way people will understand. Yeah, that's fine. Just want to like... Okay, cool. Think all the pieces are in my head. We could do this from here. In order to understand what these numbers all mean, we need to better understand a bit about how fundraising works for early stage private companies. First, we need to understand is that $300 billion number, the valuation, is effectively made up. The reason that number is made up is it's value that doesn't exist. If there's a company that has stock on the stock market, then any person can buy and sell that stock. When a company is private, you can't just sell it. Sam happens to not have, or I'm going to break this down using, rather than OpenAI, something a little more personal, which is the way that Ping, which is the owner of T3 Chat, my company, is split up. This is T3 Tools Inc. T3 Tools Incorporated has a valuation that is a number. We'll give it a nice round one. We'll say it's worth $10 million. The company itself is split in half. Half is Theo's, and half is my CTO, Mark's. Technically speaking, there's a bit more on the end here that is for stock grants for some of our other employees, many of which aren't working with us anymore, sadly. But for the most part, it's like 48-48 split between Mark and me. But we did raise money. We went through Y Combinator. We raised a bit of money afterwards. So there's a chunk at the end here that, technically speaking, will belong to our investors. There's a catch, though. There's a catch, though. We didn't raise using traditional stock. We use a thing called the SAFE. The SAFE stands for Secured Against Future Equity. That means that, effectively, our investors wrote us an IOU. Let's say our investors came in as a group. We'll call it Z Combinator. And Z Combinator gave us $1 million on a SAFE against a $10 million post-money valuation. Most of these terms probably mean nothing to you other than the money. So let's break down what it means. If we split this so it's not just Mark and me, but it's instead the box that is the company, when we raise money at this $10 million post-money valuation, it means we take a split here. We'll say this part is the 1 mil. And what's left is 9 mil. What this means is this 1 mil that was bought by the investors, that was invested in the company, this is owed to them, which means they have this 10% of the company because they get the 10% based on what the valuation is here. And this 9 mil is a number we made up as agreement saying this is theoretically worth up to $10 million, but it's theoretical. So now Mark and I are split across that 9 mil, where instead of us both owning 50% of a 10 mil company, we both own 50% of a 9 mil company. And the investors own 10% of this last bit here. The important thing to know here is that this all is made up at this point. Our company isn't worth $10 million or whatever our last valuation was because you can't come and buy it. A value means nothing if you can't execute it. If somebody came up to me and wanted to buy 10% of my company for $1 million, I would tell them to fuck off because we're worth a hell of a lot more than that right now. And if we weren't in the middle of raising a round, then it doesn't really matter what offer you come with. I'm just going to say no. Considering the amount of money that T3 Chat is making and the size of our growth, our valuation is a hell of a lot higher than 10, 20, 50, probably even 100 mil, just because our growth is insane right now. Our numbers are unbelievable. It's making money that disgusts me. So what happens when we do our next round? Let's say we go straight to the stock market and we're actually worth 100 mil. Now this chunk is worth 90 mil, and Mark and I are going to have a great day splitting that 90 mil between us. This chunk is now worth 10 mil. Awesome. A+. They just 10x their money. They're happy. We made a whole bunch of money from nothing. We're happy. But someone has to pay this 100 mil. It has to come from somewhere. It could be that we go on the stock market and sell a bunch of stock. It could be that we get bought out by a company and they trade us money and stock from their company for ours. Something has to make this number real, because right now it is a theoretical. Founders of these really big, successful companies don't actually have a lot of money unless they sell some of their chunk early, or more common, they'll take a loan out for part of it. They'll take a loan that says, I will back my, I'll take 100K from the bank and I'll back it against this valuation of my company. So now if I don't pay you back, you can just take this chunk of my company instead. Very common for venture-backed loans to exist for founders that want more money. I'm lucky. I make money on YouTube. I'll never need to do things like this. But what happens if it goes the other way? What happens if instead of being bought out for 100 mil, we get bought out for 1 mil? That investor from earlier invested 1 mil. So does their 1 mil now become $100,000? No. This is a valuation cap that they invested on. I should add that here. This investment for 1 million on a 10 mil cap means that if we're worth more than 10 mil, it converts as though we were worth 10 mil. So this $1 million becomes 10% if we're worth 10 mil, 100 mil, a bill, 10 bill, 100 bill, whatever. This happens, or this will be a win for the investors if we end up being worth more. But if we're worth less, this word cap matters a lot. Let's say we'll be a little bit more generous. Let's say we're worth 2 mil. Their investment now becomes 50% of the company instead, because they are investing based on a valuation that doesn't exist. So if the valuation is being less, they end up with half. And now Mark and I are split between the 1 mil remaining. And if it turns out we're only worth 1 mil, then the investors just get the whole thing. And despite the years we put in, if our company's bought for less than we had invested in it, we make nothing. So let's change all these numbers from M's to B's. If my company raised $1 billion against a $10 billion valuation, you might feel great. You have $1 billion in the bank. But if you get sold for anything less than that, you get zero. You could spend years running $1 billion company. And if you don't come out on top of that, if you don't come out worth more than you raised, you get literally zero for that. Ooh, I like the programmer speak here. So it's max 1 mil, comma, 10% of current valuation. Yes. This is a very good way of putting it. Whatever is bigger is what they get. And if your company's worth less than they got, then they're going to have fun in the liquidation process. So how is that relevant here? Well, the first piece I want to focus on is this post-money bit. The way I describe this is technically we were worth 9 mil, then we raised $1 mil. So if we have a $9 million company with $1 million in the bank, we end up with $10 million total. That's what post-money means. Pre-money means it's a $10 million company, you invested $1 mil, now we're an $11 million company, so instead of getting 10%, you get slightly less. Pre-money is pro-founder terms because it means raising more money gets you less. So if you invest in my company, thinking I'm only going to raise $1 million, but then I raise $5 million instead, you get a smaller percentage as a result, and that sucks. As such, for the most part, we like post-money valuations as investors, and it is an industry. We lean towards post-money because it makes the math easier. It means you can raise more money without hurting previous investors, and everything is hunky-dory, happier overall. The post-money valuations, or the post-money valuation is what OpenAI just raised. So technically speaking, they're not a $300 billion company. They're a $260 billion company with $40 billion that they just added to their bank account. So that's the first piece I want to make sure we understand is OpenAI's value isn't 300 billion, it's 260 billion, but they also have 40 bill in the bank. And chances are they have more in the bank, which means that all counts against their value, but it's money in the bank, it's even better. Apple has trillions in the bank, literally. So their valuation is weird because they could buy back half their stock right now and it's fine. That's the first thing we need to understand. 260 bill is OpenAI. 40 bill is what was just effectively claimed by that investment. But that's not the only investment that has happened. There's also 13 bill here that came from Microsoft. There's also other smaller investments that came from others. Many of those are capped in a different way that's very, very unique to OpenAI, which is up until recently, returns for investors were capped. This is a very unique thing to how OpenAI raised money that I've never seen before. It's part of the whole, like, they're technically a charity thing. If we took my example from here, bump this back to the 10 mil, the investors get their 1 mil at 10%. If we then ended up being worth 1,000 mil, which is a bill, we 100x our valuation. That means they get 100x their investment. They get 100 mil for the 10 mil they put in, or they get 100 mil for the 1 mil they put in because we're worth 100 times more than when they invested. The thing that makes OpenAI's stuff unique is once the investor has made enough back, they get hard capped, and the percentage they have stops going up. It actually starts going, and the percentage they have stops staying still. It goes down. So when we hit 100 mil, they go from 1 to 10. Actually, I want to break this down like in the different states it'll be in. I'm going to remove the Theo mark. Let's color this. So the point here is that the green is what you own, and the red is what the investors own. So the investment happens. Okay, so the investment happens at this 1 mil val. Can I bring that up to the top? Cool. Company's worth 10 mil. The founders or whoever else there has 9 mil. Technically, they can't execute on this. This is all theoretical value here. As I said before, if we end up being worth 2 mil, this ends up being split accordingly. Hopefully that's a 50-50 split. It's close enough. You get the idea. Also of note, this would shrink horizontally because it's less money, but I'm just going to leave it the same scale because it makes my life easier. Cool. So if it was 2 mil, they still have their $1 million stake at 50%. We end up with less of the company. Here we own 90% of the company. Here we now only own 50% because we didn't come out successful enough. Where things get more fun is what if we did? What if we were actually worth 100 mil? Now, the percentages are going to be the same. I'm just going to copy paste this to show that. It's going to be the exact same split as we had at the start, but these numbers are all going to have a 0 added. Very nice and handy. And if we ended up being worth more than that, if we ended up being worth a bill, then Mark and I have a really good time ahead of us. My font's smaller because the number doesn't even fit anymore. This all makes sense. The thing that makes OpenAI weird is what happens here. Since they have these special terms, they want to be a nonprofit, by the books at least. If they had done the exact same investment stuff, but with that 10x thing, then that 1 mil can only go up to 10 mil, which means at this point, their investment gets significantly smaller as a percentage of the company. Their percentage of the ownership goes down as we raise more money because they have maxed out how much they can make from their investment. And this is a very, very strange mechanic that hasn't existed, as far as I know, in any other startup in history. It's very, very strange. Where this does actually happen a lot is in game investment. When you invest in a game, I recently started investing in games, so I know a lot more about this now. Usually when you invest in a game, the terms will look something like this. Investor gives, I don't know, we'll make up a number, 100K towards dev until, okay, so they give 100K towards dev while game revenue is less than 500,000. Investor gets 70% of revenue. I'll reword this. Investor gets 70% of revenue until investment 3x's. Investor gets 10% of revenue indefinitely. So when I invest in a game, I might hand them $100,000. They then rush to get the game out. Once the game is out, I'll take 70% of what it makes until I've 3x'd my money. Then from that point forward, I get a much smaller percentage. These numbers are all exaggerated, but rough idea, it's something like this. That's a good way to put it from chat. I don't watch Shark Tank much, so I don't know how to reference that. It's a capped royalty, yes. Capped royalties are very, very unusual in early stage companies. They mostly only happen in service companies and they mostly happen in media and services, things like a game being released. And even then, it's weird, very uncommon. It's part of why Mr. Wonderful is such a meme, because any real investor looks at his way of doing things and is like, what the fuck are you doing? That's so weird and difficult for no goddamn reason. The problem with these investment strategies is that they prescribe a specific way the business has to run. And let's say a third of the way through the development of the game, they decide it'd be better to make an engine instead. How does that work for me? It's very strange. Very strange and unusual. As such, this only works with very fixed, straightforward, well-planned businesses, so we don't see it a lot in the venture capital world. Usually what we do is similar to what I just described with the safe investment, where, also of note at the safe, this equity doesn't exist. If you invested in a safe for my company, which is what Y Combinator did and what all of our early investors did, technically right now they own 0 of the company. They have an IOU for a future event. The future event is usually something like a Series A raise where we have companies coming in and buying stock in the business. At that point, their IOUs get converted into real stock. That hasn't happened yet. OpenAI has had that happen. There are people who own real stock in OpenAI at this point. They can't do anything with it, but they do technically have shares that are allocated to their names. They can go to a table somewhere where it's vested and says, this is owned by Microsoft. How do I want to describe this next part here? Thus far, we've mostly been talking as though you only raise money once. Let's grab this chunk again and describe how things change over time. So we have the 10 mil value. 9 mil is ours still. The 1 mil is someone else's. And let's say we're going to do another raise. This time, we're doing really well. The world perceives us as being worth $100 million, theoretically. That means it's 90 mil, 10 mil, right? Not that simple, because the point is we're doing another raise. So this is the default split, but we want to raise more money. Let's say we want to raise another 8 million. This 10 mil gets shifted down. we need to raise a bit more. We need that 8 mil. So that gets appended here to the end. We have this 8 mil from this new investment. Previously, we had sold 10% of the company. That 10% is still here. It's just worth more now. But now we have this additional 8% we sold, which means we don't have 90 mil. We're worth 82 mil. And another raise happens. We go down the chart. Now we're raising against $1 billion. By default, again, we just add zeros to all these numbers. I'm going to have to make them smaller so it all fits. First investment's now worth 100 mil. Second investment's now worth 80 mil. But we're raising more money. We're raising another $50 million, let's say. Well, time to start cutting. Move this down. Move all of these down. Add this smaller block at the end here. Oh no, that 820 mil is not 820 anymore. Now that is 770. Now, is it terrible and awful that I went from a theoretical 9 million to a theoretical 770? No. But my percentage of the company has gone down a ton. I went from owning 90% of it to owning just barely like 70%. And this will keep happening over and over until you end up owning way less of the company. I also intentionally use much smaller numbers here. Usually the number ends up being over 10%, not less than 10% during like sequential rounds. So OpenAI here was 40 bill on 300 bill, which means that, or what this means is SoftBank putting in their 30 now owns 10% of OpenAI. So 10% of OpenAI is now owned by SoftBank. The other 10 bill was split across a bunch of other people, but that's 40 bill, which is a little over 10%. It's closer to like 12.5% of OpenAI was just sold effectively. There is one other catch here, though. What happens if I need more money? What happens if I spent all of this? Because remember, I didn't get $230 million. I got $1 million. Then I got $8 million. Then I got $50 million. So I only technically raised $59 million. And chances are, as I got to each of these stages, the reason I raised again is I was running low on money. Early stage companies, shocker, lose money most of the time. It's very rough to raise money. It's very rare that early stage companies are actually profitable, like incredibly so. And if they are, that usually means they have an opportunity to spend more money in order to grow faster, in order to become bigger. Because generally speaking, the things that are in this VC world are winner takes all. Being the 7th biggest social media site doesn't matter because 1 through 3 have 90% of the traffic. Being the 15th biggest AI company probably doesn't matter because 1 through 3 are going to be the models that everyone is using. So even though my company is theoretically worth $1 billion, we've only total raised $59 million. We've probably been spending money throughout. And importantly, we might be running low on that money, especially at this point where we only raised 8 mil at this valuation. Now we're probably going pretty close to broke, depending on how we're spending and allocating our funds. So we raised 50 million. Oh my God, we have so much money. We've only ever seen a 7-digit number. All of a sudden, we have a big 8-digit number in the bank. We should spend it. We should do more marketing. We should double the team size. We should finally hire designers. We should buy a billboard. We should do all these things. And all of a sudden, that 59 million goes to zero too. So now we are back to having no money in the bank. We need to raise again. What happens if no investors agree to a $10 billion valuation? What if instead those investors agree to, I don't know, 800 mil? This is called a down round. Down rounds suck because these percentages aren't going to go down. Once these are locked in, they're locked in. That gets converted every step along the way. So they're keeping their percentage. So just from this, we haven't even added the extra money yet. Just from here, the $1.8 billion, that means you just lost $200 million. Flat out. Just by that alone. Just by taking the down round. You haven't even inked the new deal yet. But we need another 50 million. That 50 million is going against 800, which should be able to do that math quickly. It's like 6.25%. Cool. We can go with that. But that also means shorter, shifted. All these percentages need to go up now because 100 over 800 is 1/8, which is 12.5. What my mental math would have said. 12.5. 80 is now 10%. And the 50, 6.25. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. So this one's now worth 6.25. And the new investment we just did is 2. That sucks. We got $50 million, but we lost $200 million. That's kind of insane if you think about it. That we just raised $50 million, so we added $50 million to our bank, but we somehow evaporated $200 million in that process. This is why you never, ever, 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 ever want to take a down round. Once you have hit a certain valuation, if you ever raise on a lower one, good chance your company's going out of business because you just took a huge hit to the percentage of the company you own because you are that desperate for money. And the investors know this too. When they see that you're that desperate, that you're willing to take a down round, they're going to play hardball. They're going to squeeze every little bit of a percentage they can get out of you. And even worse, a lot of these investors are going to start looking for their outs. They're going to start bugging you saying, hey, can we sell? Can we sell? Can we get rid of this? We have buyers. We want to get rid of it. Help. You do not want to be in that position. You do not want to be in a position where your company is worth less than it was prior, and all of the people who currently own parts of it want to liquidate them. Suddenly, you're no longer running a company. You're running a liquidity event that you're trying to keep people holding on to. This is when you go from building a real business to feeling like you're running a crypto scam. And it's not a fun position to be in. I've talked to a lot of founders who are in these places. Usually what they end up doing is going until they're out of money and shutting down, and then everyone goes to zero, which sucks even harder. So what does this $400 billion, so what does this $300 billion that OpenAI just raised against actually mean? As CNBC mentioned, this is the largest private tech deal on record. What this actually means is OpenAI can't really raise money anymore. It is incredibly rare for a company to be worth that much money and not be on the stock market. Basically unheard of. For reference, a company like Ford, the car makers, are worth about $40 billion. And that's a stock you can go to the stock market and buy. This is a realized value. OpenAI is worth almost 10 times more, but we don't know if that stock is real or not. We don't know if this went public. Would whatever is not owned by the investors be purchased by people or not? Would these investors all immediately sell and cause the price to go down? Because right now, this valuation is effectively locked in because no one can do anything about it. When somebody invests in OpenAI, they're effectively making a bet that OpenAI will sell, become profitable, or go to the stock market, and this 40 billion portion they own can then be sold to somebody else. Maybe partially, maybe fully, maybe whatever. This stock doesn't exist properly, though, which makes this number kind of insane. The biggest deal with this number is that they can never really raise money again. No investor in their right fucking mind is going to go in on no investor in their right fucking mind is going to go in on a valuation higher than this. Even this one is kind of insane, and it makes sense even this one's kind of insane, and it makes sense that SoftBank were the ones to jump on it.
I cannot imagine any other fund being willing to pour that absurd an amount of money into something, not knowing what the next step is. The harsh reality of this investment is that effectively, OpenAI has to succeed with the money they have now. They can't really keep fundraising. They can't really keep playing these games. For OpenAI's investors to not want to lynch, or for OpenAI's investors to not want to literally murder them, bring them to court, and ruin their lives, they effectively now have to hit their goal. And as they stated in their announcement, new funding to build towards AGI. This investment needs to be the one that gets them to that goal. They need to hit AGI with the $40 million they just put in the bank, because if they don't pull it off, they're screwed. There is one more important piece here I think is worth talking about. This investment didn't just happen. It just got announced. We don't actually know when this investment happened. This investment could have happened this week. It could have happened 3 months ago. It could have happened years ago. Chad is coming up with something pretty important here. It could have happened before DeepSeek. Exactly. We don't know. We have no way of knowing when this investment happened. There's only a few reasons you announce how much money you've raised. Why announce the raise? There is no, remember, this is a private company. You're under no obligation to publicly announce your fundraises. Your investors need to know, but no one else does. Your employees probably need to know. I don't know the rules there. Obviously, I think you should tell them. So why would you announce? Reason 1, you want investors to know you raised money. Why would you want investors to know you raised money? Because now they know you're going to need to raise more eventually. But if OpenAI just announced a raise they can't really top, I think it's very unlikely they're going to raise again. Reason 2, you want potential employees to know. If you're struggling to hire employees because they don't want to be at this early stage company that could go out of business in a month, they'll be much more willing to come into the company if they know you have a ton of money in the bank. At the beginning of this year, we had enough money in the bank for T3 tools that we would last for about 2 years with our current spend. If we hired more people, that number would go down because we're paying more people. If we make more money, it goes up. Right now, our runway is literally infinite because we're making more money than we're spending. And as long as we keep it that way, we don't have to worry anymore. OpenAI is not at that point. OpenAI's bank account is lower every day than it was the day prior on average. Obviously, individual days it goes up and then payroll comes and it plummets. GPU allocations occur and it plummets even more. But overall, if you look at the amount of money in the OpenAI bank account, every month it is slightly lower than the one before until they fundraise and it goes up a whole bunch. And then it goes down slowly over time until it goes up a bunch again. If people are looking for job opportunities and they see you're on your last 3 months of runway, any logical person, especially the really good ones you want to hire at these companies, is going to say, no, fuck you. But if you just raised $40 billion, they don't have as much to worry about there. It also means that the valuation of that stock, if they do get stock, which they will, it's early that also means that the stock they get is more real feeling because you just raise money. That valuation, despite being fake, feels a lot more real when somebody puts that much money in. So generally speaking, employees want to know about these things, and new potential employees will be more likely to join up if they see that. This also means you're going to get spammed with recruiters and all these other people who saw that you're making that much money and you have that in the bank. It also means you're going to get spammed by people like me saying, hey, you should sponsor my channel. You have all that money. You want more developers to use your stuff. I can get you those developers. But there's a third point here. This is the most important one here by far. You want to intimidate your enemies. I think this announcement was almost certainly that guy. OpenAI can hire anyone in the world they want. OpenAI can't raise more money. OpenAI, they don't want people to think DeepSeek and Anthropic have a chance. They certainly don't want employees of DeepSeek and Anthropic to think they have a chance. Announcing this is an intimidation tactic. It is a method of making the enemies, of making the competition scared as shit. This happened because Anthropic announced their fundraise at the beginning of the month. And their website's also slow as shit. It's a Series E, which means that this is their 5th fundraise. So if we go back to my diagram, each letter is an additional chunk of money added. They raised their Series E at a $61.5 billion valuation. 3.5 bill on 61.5. So obviously OpenAI saw this, laughed to themselves a bit, saying, oh, 3.5 bill, that's cute. Microsoft gave us 13. $61.5 billion valuation is really big when you compare to Ford. Anthropic is worth about 50% more than Ford, according to this. Pretty unbelievable. But it's still only a bit over a fifth of what OpenAI is theoretically worth now. It seems very much like this announcement was meant to counter this one. And also, to be very clear, Anthropic probably knew about OpenAI's raise already because they talked to all the other investors, and OpenAI almost certainly knew that this happened too. The key here, and the reason these investment numbers are so big and so different from each other, is that Anthropic is an anti-bet. You are betting against OpenAI. You are saying, we don't think OpenAI will be the only winner here. We think a company like Anthropic has a very good chance of being as, if not more successful, or absolute worst case, making billions upon billions of dollars anyways. You are betting on Anthropic because you think someone else can win too, or can beat out OpenAI in the first place. OpenAI's announcement here is to remind everyone who invested in Anthropic and all of the people working at Anthropic and all of the people who care about Anthropic that they can raise more money than they're worth. OpenAI raised $40 billion. Anthropic is worth $60 billion. OpenAI has 2/3 of Anthropic's entire valuation in their bank right now. That's why they did it. They're reminding the world that they have all of the resources, all of the scientists, all of the people, all of the investors, and all of the everything they need to succeed. And pairing this right after the launch of their groundbreaking image gen tools that nobody else comes close to is a very intentional play. All of this is an attempt to remind the rest of the industry that OpenAI is not going to give up their lead. They're going to hold strong. They're going to do all of this crazy shit in order to make sure they can win. And everybody who stands in their way in the process should feel scared. And when I think about what my valuation for T3 chat is, and I see that $40 billion number, and I see the $300 billion underneath it, it's intimidating. It is. OpenAI could justify spending 10x my company's valuation smearing me publicly with comms because it would be a drop in the bucket for them. It's very intimidating to compete with them right now, knowing the resources that they have. But it also makes it more exciting because these big numbers mean the pie is massive, and there's theoretically a lot of room for others to come in and take chunks of that pie. Or they could acquire me. Always an option. Sam, my phone number is in Bookface. We've been over this before. I think this is the clip I'm thinking of. If it is, I'm going to be very happy. Hopefully we don't get copyright struck for playing a clip from Silicon Valley in this. It is. Oh, I fucking love this clip so much. So much.
And truth is, I'm actually doing okay.
Good. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, I can run the scenarios about what happened all I want, but I finally just realized there's just nothing I can do, you know?
Yeah.
So, I'm at peace with it all.
I was thinking actually, what if you had asked for less?
What?
Well, what if you could have gone to someone and asked for less than what they offered that first round?
Like, you mean negotiating them down?
Yeah.
Can you even do that?
Well, yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, but, I mean, I guess technically I could have. Huh. Yeah, I suppose you could argue that, yeah, it might have been easier to, hit more realistic benchmarks and reach cash flow break-even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then we wouldn't have faced that down round. And we wouldn't have had to settle for acquisition. All that money fucked me.
Wow. I mean, I don't know about
Shit.
maybe. Look,
Look, no, we could have done a legit Series B. Right? I'd still be CEO. I'd have my job.
You get the idea. He then has a meltdown. The point of this clip is that he raised too much early on. So if we go back to my diagram, if instead of doing the 10 mil with a 1 mil raise, then the 100 mil with a 10 mil raise, then the 100 mil with a 1 mil raise, if you did this, or if you started here, then the expectations are more reasonable. You can make better things happen in this time, relative. Because like if it doesn't matter how much money your company's theoretically worth, your income is still the same. Like if I raised on a $10 million valuation when I'm making $1 million a year, or I raised it at 100 mil when I'm making $1 million a year, I'm still making $1 million a year. The only difference is the expectations investors have and the amount of investment runway you have too. If I raise here and then my company goes like that, awesome. Then I can use our growth to justify another raise. But if we started here, if we raised at a valuation that was arguably too high for where we were, or we pivot or do other things that cause our growth to not be great, and then we end up needing more money, we're fucked. So generally speaking, you should raise as little as generally speaking, you should raise as little money as possible on a reasonable valuation that you know you can meaningfully beat out in the future, so you can raise more money on a higher valuation over time. You have to think of runway not just as how much money is in your bank account. You have to think about runway, more importantly, is when can you raise money again? And if you can't get your $10 million company to a point where it looks like it could be a $100 million company before you run out of money, then you end up having to do stupid shit, like take a down round or sell or give up a bunch of your own equity or fire a bunch of people in order to make the runway go longer. You end up in these rough positions specifically because you can't raise more and you're not profitable yet. So obviously, if you can hit profitability, who cares? But if you can't, and as I said before, most companies can't, you end up in the position I showed before where you give up a huge chunk of your ownership to raise a tiny amount of money that you're going to burn through really fast because your company is chewing through cash. And then you need to be bailed out, often by an acquisition. Because what ends up happening here most of the time, let me move this down. So what ends up happening here most of the time is if you had to take that down out at 800 mil, then you burn through the 50 again. No one's going to invest again. That's not going to work out for you. But you get an offer to sell the company for 500 mil. Well, the company's only worth $500 million. 100 mil has to go here, 80, 50, 50. 280 million is already accounted for. All these percentages are no longer valid. You end up with, 280 mil, you end up with 220 left. This might still sound great. Like, yeah, you just made $220 million. But you might have taken out a bunch of loans on the 570 mil theoretical, or even worse, the 770 mil theoretical. And this piece here isn't just you as the owner. This gets split across your employees and the equity they have. This gets split across your co-founders if they came in as well. It gets split across a lot of other things. The term for this, by the way, is your value goes less and less, and you have a smaller and smaller percentage. Even here, you went from 90% to 82%. The term for that is dilution. Your percentage becomes a smaller percent. The number of shares is the same, but the percentage of the company goes down. And I should have mentioned this before. The reason is we have here 10 million shares. Of those 10 million shares, I have 9 mil. The investors technically get 1 mil. Here, we probably have 10,800,000 shares. I still have my 9 mil shares, but those are worth more money now, but they're a smaller percentage because there's more shares. Each of these additional chunks usually comes through as a new grant of stock. So the amount of stock the company has goes up, but as the amount of stock goes up, your stock doesn't go up. That's dilution. When you have 9 million shares of stock, at 10 million shares, you have 90%. At 11 million shares, you have less. At 12 million shares, you have even less. So at this point, all of those shares are being bought. And those shares are being bought for 500 mil, even though you priced them out as though they were worth $1 billion. You end up with a whole lot less left over. And the worst part is that realistically, this isn't what's going to end up happening. Realistically speaking, what ends up happening is you don't go for 500 mil. You go for 300 mil, or worse, 200 mil. Now, you are pushed out entirely. Your money doesn't exist anymore. And now, these guys all have to fight it out, often in court, over who gets what, based on things like the pro rata rules, which are I get first dibs on money that is occurring in a liquidation event. All these investors now have to fight over who gets their split of this 200 mil. And you get jack shit. You get nothing. So if you ever raise more money than you possibly could be worth, and you give up a high enough percentage that you then have to sell, or you're ever in one of these positions where you're kind of cornered, you just kind of get fucked. And it's very, very easy, alarmingly so, to go from owning 70% of a $1 billion company to owning 0% of a $200 million company. So for OpenAI to do all of this, they have to have confidence in a few things. They have to have confidence that they don't need any more money than what they just raised. They need to have confidence that they can actually achieve their crazy ambitions of making AGI happen. They have to believe they can hit the stock market and sell the stock at the valuation or higher than they raised this money at. And most importantly, the founders who make these decisions, in this case, Sam Altman, needs to be okay with the fact that their value, their stock, their everything might go to zero. I think that's the most important detail here, actually. Sam Altman doesn't have much equity in OpenAI. I think he technically has none. He might have gotten some as a grant when he rejoined OpenAI, but prior to him leaving and coming back, he had zero equity in OpenAI because it was still set up as a nonprofit, which means he doesn't necessarily care if his own piece goes to zero. He is just doing this for the fucking hell of it in a lot of ways. And I respect that. But also, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think the unique combination of OpenAI wanting to intimidate enemies, of Sam Altman not caring if his valuation personally goes to zero, and investors being hungry to get in, has allowed for something crazy like this to happen. This is not the first time SoftBank has done something interesting. They invested a ton of money into WeWork. SoftBank invested $16 billion total into WeWork, including a $9.5 billion bailout after a failed IPO. But WeWork slowly collapsed and was worth absolutely nothing. And it is currently understood that they have lost at least $13 billion in their investments into WeWork. SoftBank is weirdly willing to put giant amounts of money into these interesting, potentially huge American companies. And it's interesting to see where it'll all go. My guess is, since they invested in NVIDIA, They have a bit of money to piss away. NVIDIA and SoftBank accelerate Japan's journey to global AI powerhouse. Did they ever say how much money they raised? Nope. Cool. Oh, apparently they have 4.9% of NVIDIA as of 2017. That's not a bad thing to have. It makes a lot of sense they have money to piss away. So hopefully this helps you guys understand what the hell is going on here, how all this fundraising stuff works, why these companies operate these ways, and why that $300 billion number doesn't really mean anything, but also in the future could mean everything to the people who poured in on that 40 bill. OpenAI's way of managing their fundraising has always been fascinating. And I know this was probably a chaotic explanation because I had to explain how these things traditionally work to then contrast them with it and explain where they are at. Yeah, it's chaos. It's interesting. It's also probably over. And I'm very excited to see long-term what the impact of this all ends up being. I want a good outro for this one. Yeah. I got nothing else. I certainly don't got $40 billion. So until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Good enough. I would have imagined that this liquidation event probably already happened, like as part of this round, like right before it. Right, more for OpenAI. Here. Sneak this in whenever I scrolled up to talk about all of this. I think like the first or second time, you'll find a good place where it fits. I trust you, FaZe, to figure that out. I'm sorry for making you deal with all of this. I should have figured this out earlier. My mistake. Oh, this actually would probably fit when we were talking about the cap, now I think about it. One more important detail to note about all of this is that OpenAI is transitioning from a non-profit entity to a for-profit entity because, again, of that weird cap on the investment and all of that. They've historically been run very weird, and they are in the chaotic process of transitioning into a traditional business. In order for this $40 billion investment to go through, they have to complete that transition by the end of the year. Yeah. Apparently, if they don't do this transition, SoftBank might go back all the way to 20 billion instead of 40. Oh no. Yeah. This gives them an accelerated deadline for OpenAI to pull off its complicated transition if it was under a 2-year deadline from its last round of financing with investors. Startup said a transition to a for-profit entity is required to secure the capital and needs to develop the best AI models. They did not respond to Reuters for a comment. All makes sense. Realistically speaking, as insanely complex as this transition is going to be for them, $20 billion can pay for a lot of lawyers. So they're probably going to pull it off. And the fact that they so confidently announced this fundraise means they think they are good. But what does this mean for everyone else? Good question. Find a good place to cut there. I trust you, FaZe. I fucked up that marker. Hopefully my code is smart enough for that. Thank you for the donation here. I will not be dyeing my hair. My hair is going back to its natural color. Post hog tips. Well, good stuff. Let me thank any of the subs that I missed here. We got RP here with the tier 1. Thank you for that. BarSX with the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Really stinky guy. Great username. Thank you for that. Warp Tux. I thought I saw your gifts. If not, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the 5 gift bomb. Wire Transfer. Phenomenal. You guys have the best usernames. 6 months of tier 1. Thank you for that. Imperial here with the Prime. Thank you again. Really appreciate all of you guys. I will not be doing a video on XAI acquiring X because no one cares enough to watch it. And it's interesting for boring reasons. So I don't care enough to make this video, and generally I don't care enough about XAI until they start putting out APIs and things I can actually fucking use. Boring reasons. I didn't mean to make that pun. Thank you, Gabriel, for the happy birthday wishes. Really appreciate it. Can I delay that? I can't. Annoying. Spelt demo. Okay. Take a look quick. That was slow. The fast one is still slow to open, though. It was the first time, at least. Yeah, it's better. I'd like to look at the code later for sure. I'm still mad at this. I've had this idea for a while. I just don't use the other options enough to make that video. Let's figure out who we're raiding. No one I owe a raid to. I think we got to raid T-Pain. I feel like that's the only realistic option here. I will not be live Wednesday because I will be on my vacation. I'll be doing my best to keep videos going. Thank you all for coming through for my birthday. This has been chaotic and super fun. But I got shit to do. Appreciate y'all a ton. Time to go have a hopefully relaxing day. It's almost certainly going to drop when I'm gone. I know how my luck is, but fingers crossed it won't. Thank you all for welcoming in the new look and the new decade of my life. It was a fun, chaotic stream. Oh, what am I waiting for, Cooper? Hurry up. Got it working? Oh, cool. I can chat with this about you later, or about this with you later, but I gotta go. I'm so behind. I don't think I should have even streamed today, honestly, but I want to do the birthday stream. So, ta-ta, goodbye, fun stream. See you guys soon. I'm gonna go enjoy my 30s. Oops, and goodbye to YouTube as well.